up to around early 80s, when now we formed the Higher Education Loans Board, when the student population grew and the government now decided to give loans, what we used to call boom at the universities. In the 90s, we had now the family component. I think in our group, where we were paying about 6,000 to 16,000 shillings as a form of family contribution. Along the way, Mr. Speaker, the student population increased a lot. In the 60s and 70s, there were less than 1,000 students in the only national polytechnic, that's the University of Nairobi. In the 80s, it was in a group of 20,000, 30,000. In the 90s, it was almost 100,000 students at the universities. In the early 2000s, around 2010, the universities realizes that the money that was being paid was not by the program. They introduced what we call the DUC, the differentiated unit cost. This differentiated unit cost funded programs depending on the level of infrastructure at the university, the level of lecturers they have, the number of professors they had, and even the cost of the program. However, as a result of this, the government was not able. They were trying to fund students almost uniformly. If it is 80,000, 80,000, everyone. From social sciences courses to the degree program, to the medical and engineering courses were very expensive. Along the way, the universities got a lot of debt, accumulated debt, because the government was not funding adequately the amount of the cost of the program. As we speak, about 5 years ago, the universities have accumulated debt amounting to over 70 billion shillings. In that matter, the State Department for University Education then sat down and said, what is the solution to this? They said, therefore, can't we look for a new funding model? And in this new funding model, they are actually to cost a program at the exact market cost. And two, to make sure that we have three aspects of funding: the household, the loan, and the scholarship or bursary. All of it be paid to the university so that the university student, who is the center of funding, be able to pay, and then the universities will be able to run adequately. In this funding model, there are several variables that are put into consideration. One of it is the family income and many other things. And the key component in this particular, the key aspect in this particular form of funding is what we call the mean tester or the mean testing instrument. To know, how do I give Meli a particular loan and a particular scholarship? You will give him based on the school you attended, the parents, and all that. There are so many variables in that particular mean testing. This particular thing has caused a lot of problems in our homes and in our children, and even amongst ourselves, because we do not understand how it works. To explain this very, very well, I felt that it could not be good from our committee, because we've handled it a lot, that, Honorable Speaker, you can let members listen. You can actually have this from the horse's mouth. And we have the members, we have the PS State Department, and we have the CEO University Funding Board, and the CEO Higher Education Loans Board. I'd request members that kindly listen to each and every aspect of this funding process. Listen to each and every aspect of the funding process. I know it's a new funding model. It has some teething issues, especially on the mean testing. And what are we going to do so that we can build it and become a better model to address not only now, but going into the future? So, Mr. Speaker, the discussion this morning is actually from the state officers. They will take us through the technical aspects of the whole process. Members, I know you are from constituencies, you have even live cases of some students who are complaining. They don't understand it. We shall be ambassadors of it. You will give proposals on how to make it better and how we can mitigate on problems that we have.
For the universities fund. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Go on.
I didn't see that. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament. I will introduce the new funding model for higher education. It is founded on principles of equity, inclusivity, and leaving no one behind. It shifts from the approach of block funding to universities through capitation to provide financial support to individual students from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds to access education in universities as well as technical and vocational education and training institutions in all programs that they qualify for, irrespective of the cost of the programs. Financial support to students is based on their levels of need as illustrated by their family incomes highlighted in 5 bands. For the first band, those are families with a monthly income of up to Kenya shillings 5,995. For the second band, that is families with a monthly income of between 5,996 to 23,670. The third band is for families with a monthly income of between 2,680 to 70,000. The fourth band, loans and scholarships are distributed across the various bands and households expected to meet a small proportion of the program cost. For the first band, the government supports up to 95%. That is 70% scholarship, 25% loan, and the family contributes 5%. For the next band, the government supports up to 90%, that is 70% scholarship, 60% scholarship, and 30% loan, while the family contributes 10%. Allow me also to emphasize that there is what we used to enjoy called boom for the students in the various bands. So for the first band, the students get a boom of 60,000, and the second band, a boom of 55,000. In the third band, the government scholarship covers 50%, the loan 30%, and the family contributes 20%. The boom or upkeep loan is 50,000. In the fourth band, the government scholarship covers 40%, the loan 30%, while the families contribute 30% and the students receive a boom of 45,000. And in the final band, the government covers 30% scholarship, a loan of 30%, while families contribute 40%, but the students also receive an upkeep loan or boom of 40,000. So in this report, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, and members of Parliament will share more information on the new funding model to deepen your understanding and that of other stakeholders, and also to highlight the extent with which the model is meeting the financial needs of eligible university students across Kenya. I appreciate the key issues that were raised in this House, Honorable Speaker, and I'll go straight to them. The first question was the accuracy of the means testing instrument in assessing students' financial ability and determining which band to place them. Honorable Speaker, the means testing instrument is the engine of the new funding model. It evaluates the financial capacity of families to determine appropriate financial assistance to the students to meet their level of need. The MTI has been used by the Higher Education Loans Board to award loans to students for over 25 years. As such, Honorable Speaker, the MTI, it is not new. However, it has evolved to provide funding based on the 5 bands explained above, which are aligned to the needs of individual students. The model has undergone rigorous review and validation to ensure accurate categorization. In 2024, a task force whose members I have introduced here, comprising officers from the Higher Education Loans Board, the Universities Fund, the State Department for Higher Education and Research, university vice-chancellors, and university lecturers also undertook a review to enhance and validate the MTI. I have attached a report and I'll just summarize it at the end as an annexure. However, allow me to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that the MTI determines the level of need of students based on the following 10 parameters. The first one is parents' background, and here varied weights will be assigned whether a child is orphaned or from a single parent or has both parents. Gender, we have varied weights whether the child is male or female. And course type, we are working out on affirmative action for government priority programs, and this year we began with agriculture. Previous school type, varied weights are assigned to whether public or private and the nature of the private school considered, because some of them are very low-cost private schools. Then there's also the aspect of expenditure on education, whereby varied weights will be assigned on the number of siblings in schools. But also, we look at this variable in terms of how much you're spending on, let's say, private education or national schools, because that then also speaks to how much you're worth. Then there's the family size and composition, with varied weights assigned to whether you are polygamous, monogamous, number of dependents, highest education level, and age of parents. Marginalization, varied weights are assigned to students from marginalized counties. And persons living with ability, we apply affirmative action. Chronic illness, we apply affirmative action. And the income as well. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to emphasize that income has been really problematic to determine, because they are from the information that students provide, you can tell that they are able to live, so they can sustain themselves, they're able to go to school, but then when it comes to income, most of them will put 0. Actually, 70% of the students declared that their incomes were 5,995 and less. So then this calls in the significance not only of integrity, but also of applying some form of penalty to try and get the students to give the right information going forward. So each student is scored on each of these parameters and the weights analyzed in a mathematical model. So all of these variables that I have mentioned, they have been given weights, and these weights are determined by stakeholders. So we put stakeholders in a room, students, parents, lecturers, members of society, and ask them, how significant do you think family size is in determining the financial capacity of a family? So each student is scored on each of these parameters, and the weights analyzed in a scientific mathematical model that determines the student's level of need and the associated band. In 2023, Honorable Speaker, the MTI was used to determine allocation of loans and scholarships based on the new funding model with a high level of success. Out of 112,741 students who applied and were allocated funding last year within the 5 bands, only 9,720 students appealed, and of these appeals, 5,087 were successful. That means that we were able to evaluate the additional information they provided and to ascertain that we needed to reband them. And some of these grounds for appeal are, for example, if a student went to a high-cost school, but they were sponsored. So it is usually not very obvious to us until they provide additional information to show that either there was a harambe or they had a guardian or a sponsor, or their family circumstances have changed. Maybe the parent has lost a job or died. Honorable Speaker, let me highlight some of the challenges in the table which constrain the efficacy of the means testing instrument and therefore the new funding model. The first one is the accuracy of the MTI in determining the level of need relies heavily on the information provided by the applicant. Many applicants have been using cyber cafes and depending on their operators to submit their applications, often without thoroughly verifying that the information is correct. As I stand before you today, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you that our children have declared that 80% of them, 80% of the 125,000 who applied are from single mothers. Yes, and 70% have declared that their families earn 5,995 and less. So we are dealing with issues of accuracy with data. And there's an operational, so because of this, sometimes there'll be problems in categorization when we penalize them on account of data, but there's an operational mechanism for appeal through the portal. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is that for the number of siblings as a factor in determining dependence, the MTI cross-references data from NEMIS for primary and secondary school siblings, and from HELB and the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service for those in colleges. However, some individuals may not have applied through the COOPS or for a HELB loan. Further, the NEMIS only records students from grade 3 and above, and so the students who are in grade 2 and below are excluded. As a mitigation, a comprehensive Kenya education management education system is being designed to address the gaps in data. Then we have a third problem, Honorable Speaker, about errors that may occur when universities communicate banding. And we have provided some 2 unfortunate cases whereby the correct bands were not communicated. This is a general problem associated with handling data at the different levels. And the universities have instituted a process of screening and confirming the accuracy of the letters because they are usually generated electronically. Students are also asked to verify their loan and scholarship awards on the portal of the Higher Education Fund. And students have a chance to appeal. The fourth and last issue is that our allocations will always be limited by the available budget. And here, enhanced collaboration will help us to streamline the available resources. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members who are collaborating with the Higher Education Loans Board to provide additional resources for the students. The second question, Honorable Speaker, was how public participation was conducted in the sensitization of stakeholders on the higher learning sector. Honorable Speaker, the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform was commissioned by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya in September 2022. One of the terms of reference of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform was to review and recommend a governance and financing framework for TVET and also development of university education, research, and training. The Presidential Working Party conducted massive public participation, collecting the views of Kenyans on what kind of reforms they wanted to make in the education sector, and specifically in the financing of education. It was noted, Honorable Speaker, that the higher education, particularly university education, had become unsustainable as the public universities could not meet their financial and statutory obligations to their staff, suppliers, students, and other government agencies, including the Kenya Revenue Authority. It was public knowledge, and as expressed by Kenyans during the meetings organized and held countrywide by this task force, that the differentiated unit cost model was not working. Honorable Speaker, allow me to demonstrate how the differentiated unit cost model, to explain how the differentiated unit cost model was not working for universities. The cost of a program in medicine is 612,000 a year. This was determined when the differentiated unit cost model was implemented. According to this model, the government committed to pay 80% of the cost, while families would pay 20%. So, 80% of 612,000 would be 489,600. However, in the last financial year, for example, for continuing students, we were only able to pay 42% of the differentiated unit cost. So this was 205,632. So there, from the government commitment, we have a deficit of 283,968 shillings. On the other hand, families were expected to contribute 20% of the cost of the program. Most universities were charging an average of 50,000. So even with this average, there's a funding gap of 72,400 from the family side, Honorable Speaker. So when we add the gap from the government side and from the family side, there's a total deficit of 356,368. So what is paid of the total cost of the program, both from the government and from the household, is 255,632. With that deficit, Honorable Speaker, it became difficult for universities to meet their obligations in terms of paying lecturer salaries, buying the reagents needed for the laboratories, sending students for excursions, and even employing an adequate number of highly qualified teachers, lecturers. So these were the problems that were presented to the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. Kenyans were unanimous that the allocation of funding and resources remains a critical issue in the education sector. Inadequate financial resources impeded infrastructure development, provision of learning materials, and student and teacher support systems. A new model was therefore needed to turn around public universities and make them financially stable as they deliver inclusive, equitable, transparent, accountable, and quality education to students. It is on the basis of rigorous public consultation, therefore, Honorable Speaker, with key stakeholders in Kenya, including vice chancellors, students, university staff unions, the public, government officials, and higher education experts, the community at large, that the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform designed a new funding model for universities and TVETs. Subsequently, the new university funding model was adopted, guided by the recommendation number 14 of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform to adopt a sustainable financing model for university education that combines grants, scholarships, loans, and household contributions for differentiated categories of students as vulnerable, extremely needy, and less needy, in order to address equitable access and inclusion in education. Honorable Speaker, the launch of the new funding model was followed by continuous public participation through organized validation, sensitization, and further consultation workshops across public universities and in other selected venues. In addition, there has been ongoing consultation and engagement through both mainstream and social media, resulting in useful feedback that has informed the improvement of the model. The views of the public arising from the public participation meetings, including students, parents, and university staff and management in workshops, seminars, mainstream and social media, and direct outreach to educational institutions have continued to strengthen the model and make it inclusive, equitable, just, and sustainable. Honorable Speaker, other key stakeholders sensitized are Huduma Center managers, Huduma Kenya Secretariat Contact Center staff, and the Huduma Cyber Cafe attendants to be able to assist the applicants. And further, a total of 77 institutions have been reached through Huduma Mashinani initiatives in schools, churches, and career fairs since June 17, 2024 to date. The third question, Honorable Speaker, is to confirm whether there is a possibility of extending the deadline for students to apply for funding beyond 15th of August 2024. I would like to confirm that eligible applicants have every opportunity to apply for funding based on a rolling deadline. The 15th August 2024 deadline was ostensibly aimed at catalyzing uptake and accelerating applications. The deadline was certainly meant to exert positive pressure on applicants to act swiftly to facilitate the processing of data and determination of household contributions in a timely manner. As at 15th August 2024, a total of 104,575 students had successfully applied for funding. The number increased to 125,893 students by 16th August 2024. These included 8,530 KCSE 2022 students. To date, Honorable Speaker, the total number of applicants is 127,623, of which 119,093 are of the KCSE 2023 cohort. It is important to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that our projection was that only 122,634 students out of the 153,275 students that had been placed in various public and private universities would apply for funding. And this was based on the past trends where not everybody applies for funding. Some parents choose to pay. From past experience, therefore, students tend to relax when they are given a lengthy application period. However, given the challenges that some students have faced in applying for financial support, the deadline for student applications for funding is currently set at December 31st, 2024. Applications will therefore continue within the universities, and this message has been communicated on the websites. The fourth question, Honorable Chair, was on mechanisms put in place to ensure students who have not received national identification cards can apply for student funding. Honorable Speaker, we did ensure that students who have not received their national identification cards could still apply for funding through the new funding model, and the following alternative identification methods were introduced and successfully applied. The students could use first the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service identification numbers. They were also allowed to use waiting cards which demonstrate that they had applied for the national identity cards. They used the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Index numbers and also their birth certificates. Honorable Speaker, the fifth issue was how information regarding the funding model was disseminated, including the role of education officers in clarifying application processes to students and institutions. Honorable Speaker, information regarding the new funding model has been disseminated through a comprehensive and multi-channel approach, including mainstream media engagements, workshops, and direct communication with the students. The objectives are to sensitize the public on the nature and benefits of the new funding model, to mobilize eligible students to apply for scholarships and loans, and to counter misinformation and disinformation. Digital communication campaign targeting first-time applicants joining universities, their parents and guardians, higher learning institutions, and the public is ongoing through the digital platforms, the websites, portals, social media handles, WhatsApp, of Higher Education Loans Board and the Universities Fund. Additionally, students are engaged using targeted bulk SMSs, and through these SMSs, the students are guided to the Higher Educational Fund portal. The sixth issue, Honorable Speaker, was clarification on whether universities and institutions are to liaise with the students when applying for funding, or if students lose out due to inadequate communication, poor information transmission, or misinformation. Honorable Speaker, there have been instances when universities and institutions have not effectively communicated with students regarding the application process for funding, leading to missed opportunities. To address these communication issues, funding agencies have intensified sensitization efforts, resulting in the training of personnel within learning institutions, including the deans of students, registrars, and finance officers, to support students in applying for funding more effectively. Additionally, the funding agencies have assigned at least 2 relationship officers to each institution. These officers work closely with deans of students, helping to guide students through the government financing process and resolving any associated challenges. Despite being constrained by resources, the funding agencies have committed to maintaining a presence in learning institutions, particularly as new students report. A successful example, Honorable Speaker, is what was happened in Dedan Kimathi University, where 600 students were successfully guided to apply for funding through the combined effort of university staff and funding agencies when they reported to the institution, not having applied for the resources. Universities have engaged the students continuously through WhatsApp groups and virtual meetings. The institutions have also set up help desks to guide the students through the application process and, where applicable, the appeal process as well. Through the mashinani approach, universities scaled up support for all eligible students, going beyond the students admitted to their respective institutions, but also university vice-chancellors engaging stakeholders through the mainstream media. The seventh issue, Honorable Speaker, was to clarify whether the new funding model applies to university entrants for this financial year or if it also applies to continuing students. Honorable Speaker, presently the new funding model applies to 2 cohorts of university students. That is the students who sat for KCSE in 2022 and those who sat for KCSE in 2023. That is year 1 and year 2 students. Students who sat for their KCSE in 2021 and earlier, that is those in year 3 up to year 6 for those taking medicine, will continue to be funded under the differentiated unit cost model. Through this model, universities are funded through a capitation grant determined by the number of students enrolled in each program, the cost of specific programs, and the available government resources. Honorable Speaker, the 8th issue was whether students will be required to pay the household component of the fees during admission, or they'll be admitted based on the scholarship component of the funds that will be disbursed by the government. Honorable Speaker, under the new funding model, students are required to contribute a portion of the total cost of university programs as fees based on the financial capacity of their families. Universities have established policies on fee payment with inbuilt flexibility that allows students to pay in installments, but they must complete this before the end of the semester. The operating principle is that no student will be denied admission based on their inability to pay the household component in full upfront. To date, unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, 3 cases were cited of universities that were demanding a down payment upon admission of the students. As a ministry, we engaged the respective vice chancellors, and I would like to confirm to this Honorable House, Honorable Speaker, that the students were subsequently allowed to register without paying the fees. This problem was attributed to challenges in internal communication from top down. The 9th question, Honorable Speaker, was whether the old funding model will continue with the calculation of the household component in the fees for the existing students, and whether this may lead to non-payment of the government funding for continuing students. Honorable Speaker, based on the differentiated unit cost, the old funding model will be phased out and gradually be replaced by the new funding model. But presently, both models are applied simultaneously, with the new funding model applied to Year 1 and Year 2 students, while the old one applies to Year 3, 4, 5, and 6 students. The 10th issue, Honorable Speaker, was whether HELB will continue to offer bursaries in addition to loans, as was the practice previously. Honorable Speaker, eligible students under the differentiated unit cost model, that is Year 3 to Year 6, will continue to receive HELB bursaries as well as their upkeep loans. In the present financial year, 2024-2025, a total of 37,125 students under the differentiated unit cost model will be allocated bursaries totaling to Kenya shillings 237 million. Honorable Speaker, allow me to draw the House to a typo on the second last sentence as I read out. So, however, students under the new funding model, that is those in Year 1 and Year 2, will not. So the typo says will only, but it is will not benefit from Higher Education's Loans Board bursaries. Funding for these students will be limited to scholarships as well as tuition loans and upkeep loans only. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank the honorable members of this House for the support they have delivered to enable us overcome so many challenges in the higher education sector. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members of Parliament.
Members, you've had the explanation from the PS. PS, you'll respond to requests for clarifications. We'll take 4 at a time. Millie Odhiambo. Yes. Avoid making speeches, just say clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the PS for that comprehensive explanation. I just want clarification on whether there is a working and effective appeal system for students that have been placed in the wrong band so that they don't waste a lot of time getting entry. Secondly, when do you factor in the changing circumstances? For instance, where you have students that were in a private school, but their parents have since died. I have such a case in my constituency. So is it within the application, or at what point do you take into account? And finally, on the issue of rural constituencies and digitization, Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that have been said about the cyber cafes. I know in my own constituency, I help students to apply. And even within my own constituency, there are days that they would sit for a whole day. There is no internet. So how, because that is a form of marginalization. And also, Mr. Speaker, the issue of that she has raised about whether there is a lot of dishonesty in data. Is it an issue of dishonesty in data, or a reality of the country that we actually have very many poor people and very many single mothers who are not meeting, and that perhaps almost everyone falls within that first band?
Yes, Owen Bayer.
Honorable
If
Speaker,
you
thank you.
restrict to one request,
Yes.
it will make it easier for everybody.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the PS for that detailed response, but I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution provides certain parameters, especially when you come to equalization fund. There are some regions in this country that have long been marginalized, and they are part of Kenya. There's also one aspect when it comes to funding for counties. There is an aspect of poverty that is embedded inside that some counties get more money than others. That's my background. Honorable Speaker, I have checked some of the funding that have been given to students, particularly in Kilifi County, which is one of those counties that are part of, have been marginalized for long. They're part of equalization. They get resources, a lot more resources on the poverty index when it comes to funds to counties. But all of them, almost 80% of students from Kilifi have been put in band 4 and 5. Band 4 and 5 is actually the last band in terms of funding. How do you expect the poor students of Genz, of Kaloleni, where even this country, the Constitution has identified as a poor area, be put among those that are rich? How do you expect the people of Kilifi to go to university? How do you expect even the local university there, which admits almost 70% of the local students, how do you expect that university to operate? Because it will not get as much money as other universities. Those universities in those marginalized areas will collapse based on this model. Honorable Speaker, what I request is that they revise. Students from Kilifi and marginalized areas that people know about should be put in band 1, where they pay the least amount in the terms of household. And that is the only way you are going to rescue this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What is the point of order, Mshomba?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to just ask whether the Honorable member for Kilifi is in order to just say that the only needy students that need to be looked at in band 5 and 6 are from his constituency. Every child in this country under the law is needy. Everybody is needy, not only in Kilifi, even in Githongori. Everybody is needy. So we need to be treated equally by the law.
I want to respond.
Order, honorable members.
I want to respond to that, Honorable Speaker.
I understood Owen Bayer differently, but let the PS will answer. Let's take the third.
Speaker.
Mama Nairobi. Everybody will have a chance. Just be patient.
Thank you,
Ask
Mr. Speaker.
one clarification or one question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adding on to what the minority whip had mentioned about the students, I wanted to understand, we have right now Form 4 students, many Form 4 students are not able to access their result slips because they still owe the schools money. And I was told that we had actually lifted that, the Ministry of Education had actually said that no school should withhold certificates. So a lot of students are not able to actually apply because they don't have their result slips for the Form 4. So I want to know, how are you going to coordinate this? Because you're one ministry. Release of the results so that the students can actually apply. So a lot of students are being locked out because of not being able to access their result slip, because schools are holding them because they haven't cleared with the school the fees that are due to the school. So I want to know how we're dealing with that. Thank you.
No joyriders here.
Side, this side.
Yes. Mary Emase. PS, after those 4, you respond and feel free to invite any of the people accompanying you to respond, and your responses must be concise and precise, no unnecessary stories.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, most of the students also who are applying for this funding do not have identity cards. They applied for IDs, some of them as early as January this year. Up to now, they do not have identity cards. I want to request the PS also to liaise with our counterpart to ensure that the students are able to get the IDs. Allow me to ask the second one, Honorable Speaker.
That first one she already covered in her explanation. Go on.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want the CS to assure Kenyans how sustainable is this funding program. Are all the students who are going to apply going to benefit, or there will be some rejections? And if you are going to reject some, because you've already alluded to the fact that the data is inaccurate. So how are you going, what parameters are you going to use to reject others? Are all Kenyans going to apply, going to get? And finally, when is the deadline for application for the period that you have extended? Thank you.
Patient members, everybody will have an opportunity, even if we sit up to 2. Go on, PS.
Honorable Speaker, the first question from Honorable Odhiambo was on whether we have a working appeal system. I'd like to confirm that yes, there's a working appeal system, and we invite all the students who have issues to visit the portal www.hef.co.ke. The next question was, when do we factor the changing circumstances? Ideally, at the end of every semester. So for example, right now we will capture the data, but if before release the funding. And so before we release the funding for the second semester, if a student's circumstances have changed, they can write to us or approach us through the appeals.
Sorry, Speaker, I was actually not speaking about a person who is already admitted and their circumstances change. Because when you are factoring in, you are going to ask about which schools they went to. Is there a question that asks that even though you went to this school, your parents have since died, so that it is not taken into account? I have live cases like that.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to confirm that yes, we capture information, current information on the family structure, and that would cover that component. Then the issue about the circumstances of rural constituencies and connectivity, we work with the Huduma centers, which are quite well spread across the country. We also encourage students to visit any nearby university or institution to be supported to connect and apply for this funding. And we have been working with universities to spread this message, working together with local leaders. Dishonesty in data, is it an issue of dishonesty or a reality of this country? I'm persuaded by the evidence, Honorable Speaker, that we have a serious problem of integrity, and it is the responsibility of all of us, leaders and families, and especially the educational institutions, to advance moral fiber through value-based education. Honorable Speaker, I will invite Geoffrey Monari, the CEO Universities Fund, to respond to the question by Honorable Baer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Geoffrey Monari, the CEO of Universities Fund. I'll tackle the question by Honorable Mbaya on the issue of poverty from Kilifi County. Indeed, we do consider poverty from across the country. We even go further to look at each location. We have gotten data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, where they have classified the poverty index per location. So that is what is considered, and there are marks that are given. In fact, the marks are 2%. We allocate 2 percentage points for this allocation.
Did you listen to his question?
Yes.
He asked a very simple question. Why is Kilifi classified as one of the poorest counties in Kenya, having its students who have applied, all or majority of them placed in band 4 and 5? That was the question.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'll go now to
I
that.
discourage you from stories. Just answer the question.
Okay.
You can see how many hands are waiting.
Many of the students who may have been classified in these bands of 4 and 5 depends on the information that they gave us. We highly depend on the information that is given by the students, and once we receive this information, we now are able to classify them. However, they have a chance to give us further information if they are not classified in the correct band. Thank you.
Yes. They have
Honorable
not finished answering all of them.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Passaris wanted to find out how we deal with the Form 4 students who do not have their certificates. I would like to clarify that the certificate is not a requirement for applying for funding, only the KCSE index number, ID or birth certificate. Honorable Emase wanted to find out what we do with the students who do not have IDs. I think, again, we clarified their alternative identification documents, like the KCSE certificate, and how the deadline for this new funding application process, once the students are at the universities, it is 31st of December, after which we shall start then revamping the tool as we prepare for the next cycle of admissions. And how sustainable is the funding for this program? Honorable Speaker, we realize that the problems afflicting universities require massive funding. And so the only way that we can address this is by sharing the burden of financing education between present and future generations. And that is the households, the government, and the students through the loans. For this method is sustainable because the students who receive scholarships, when they graduate, that money is then availed for the students who would be joining with a little addition. However, the sustainability really lies with heavy funding of the Higher Education Loans Board. And for this to be sustained, we are already working on designing a social bond, adopting what is applicable in Malaysia, where the Higher Education Loans Board does not depend on exchequer at all, but they run that bond. They have angel investors and other investors who then provide the capitation required for the system to be sustained through loans. Thank you.
Let's take another 4. Let's start with Mama Dagoretti. Mama, sio baba. Eh? Okay, let me list the 4, then sit Elachi. After Elachi, Osoro. After Osoro, Shimba. After Shimba,
It's me now.
I'll give Garissa Town. You will all have a chance. Just be patient. So ask one question each, no speeches.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just a question that during this admission that starts in September, what is required of the student and parent as they enter the university? And what happened to the NEMIS number? Why can't we just use this NEMIS number as students go from their Form 4s to university? What is it for?
Honorable Speaker, I need clarity on the disbursement of what the PS called a boom, which I really don't think it's a boom, it's a loan, on the payment structure
of that amount? When is this student, okay, first on the disbursement of that amount, and on what category? Is it disbursed in the entire amount as it looks like, or I mean, as it stated, 60,000 on the band 1 or on budgets? Number 2, when is this student expected to repay back this particular loan? Alongside that, Honorable Speaker, they said, the peers has told us that the new funding model will not, the students under the new funding model will not benefit from the HELP bursaries. Then where is this money classified? Under what funding model is it classified? Because it is not on HELP. Because one, you've talked about it being, because that's what she said, it's not on HELP. And then there is this loan for maintenance, I mean for upkeep. Then finally, Honorable Speaker, finally this last one, I still do not understand how gender falls under the means, the means of testing instrument, Honorable Speaker. Like being female or male, does it warrant one, does it, or transgender? You know, I'm being reminded by, I don't know that she's, sorry, I'm being, how does that amount, how can you use gender to define means for a student? Or to calculate, or to, I mean, to quantify one's means in terms of amount? Is it that male gender is of, they are richer, or the other gender is richer or poorer? It really doesn't make sense, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Shimba. One question, Baba. Just press and it will come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mine is to remind the ministry that we have a number of cases of suicide in our colleges. Our parents are also becoming victims of these social diseases because of the pressures that they experience as a result of educating our children. Why don't we bring all these forces together, where we have the women rep giving bursaries, the county government giving bursaries, the MP giving bursaries? Why don't we bring this fund as one, so that education becomes free in this country, so that we do not have this problem of judging who is poor and who is not poor in this country, where there is no real measurement to decide on the same. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we have never had any secondary school being taken to court or being auctioned because of debts. Why are they very much keen on keeping our retaining certificates for children who have actually completed, and they need these certificates for whatever reason, of course, that is there? Why don't we have these things, you know, given a directive from your ministry? Because I remember the president during 2017, 2022, he gave a directive that all secondary schools should never actually retain any certificate because of school fees. And this is still not yet done. What is your ministry doing, Madam PS?
Garissa. Those with their mics on, switch off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam PS, for this clarity. One, I wanted to find out, because most of this amount of 30%, 40% goes to help loans. And I have an issue as a constituency, or as a people in Garissa County or Muslim communities, the issue of loan which has an interest in terms of learning. So if the Help Loans Board can look at it and see to it that maybe those who, Muslims who profess the Muslim faith, Islamic faith, can be considered for a Sharia compliant loans to access these facilities. Because as of now, from Garissa University, none of them applies for these loans. Secondly, there will be a disconnect between help and university fund. Why can't we have, as a ministry or as a country, one entity that is dealing with all this, so that we have one office that you can go to and apply for the loan and apply for university funding. Otherwise,
Thank
we have
you.
two organizations that are carrying out both these issues. Thank you.
PS, respond to those four. We'll do another.
Honorable Speaker, Geoffrey Monari will respond to the question by Honorable Elachi, and Zuki will respond to the question by Honorable Soro. I will, however, take on the question asked by Honorable Soro on gender. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that research has indicated that female-headed households are considerably more needy than the male-headed households. Thank you. And then the question...
You know, it's not scientific, but go on.
It's true. The question by...
There are more male delinquents in our society than female delinquents. Go on, go on.
The question by Honorable Shimba about retaining certificates for secondary school leavers. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to engage my colleague P.S. Bello to then implement or enforce that directive. The issue about amalgamating resources from bursaries offered by the Women Rapes and the National Government CDF, we welcome that collaboration, and indeed some of the members in this House are already collaborating with the Higher Education Loans Board to pull these resources together. And we are praying that increasingly many more members will come on board. My colleagues will then respond.
P.S., before your colleagues come on,
yes.
That issue raised by the member for Changamwe actually is the elephant in the room. All these resources come from the same source, the diminishing public purse. The MCA is giving bursary, the woman rep is giving bursary, the MP is giving bursary, the governor is giving bursary, the ministry is giving bursary, help is dispersing money, universities funds is giving money. Just hold on, members. We have private providers, banks are giving bursaries and scholarships. If you are able, and it's you to generate policy, if you can generate policy, this House will be more than happy to turn it into law so that we can amalgamate and consolidate these funds, and they'll go a long way in providing free universal education for our children. Because what happens is, even as you talk of band one, where the offer is very generous to the student, the same parents will go to the MCA, go to the MP, go to the women rep, go to the governor, end up with everybody collecting money for the same course. If you can realign this, our problem will be solved overnight.
Honorable Speaker, we welcome that proposal and we are under advisement. We shall work on the relevant policy, and we hope that then the legal frameworks that apply can be addressed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next round.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
They have not finished answering.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll tackle the issue of Honorable Elachi. On the issue of reporting, the students will be required to go with the household income. However, where a family does not have the household income, the universities have accepted, through advisement from the Cabinet Secretary and the PS, that they will accept these students in the universities when they report. And this has already been effected by the universities that have already reported. You also recommended that we use NEMIS. This is a good recommendation. The only challenge is that students in private institutions, even up to the schools in the slum areas, are not registered in NEMIS. they are registered when they register for exams through the NEC. Therefore, that is where the challenge will be. However, the government is putting in place the CHEMI system, which will register all students from ECD all the way to the university, and we will have a new data system across the country. The other question I would like to tackle is the issue of the merger. There is already a proposal by the Presidential Working Party, which I believe should be either on the way to Parliament to merge these institutions so that the Higher Education Loans Board, the Universities Fund will be merged together so that they can be able to consolidate all these funds and have synergies for to support the education sector. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Nzuki will answer the questions that were asked by Honorable Soro and Honorable Major Deko.
Yes, Nzuki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament. The question on the disbursement of upkeep is done twice in a year because it is modeled on the university calendar. So each semester, then a student will get the part of the stipend. So it is 50%, 50%. That is for the 2 semesters. I think I'm spot on that. On the matter of bursaries, bursaries are given to the students being financed under the DUC model, which was already clarified by the PS. So the bursary are aligned to the old financing model. On the matter of the students are expected to repay the loans once they have gone through their schooling. And in fact, after school, they are given a grace period of 1 year, meaning for starters, then it will be an average, the minimum period to start repayment is at 5 years. But for those doing medicine, of course, progressively, after they finish the course, they added 1 year, so that is a grace period. And that is an item, of course, we continue to discuss and engage with our clients. On the matter of brothers and sisters of Muslim faith, I know part of our resource mobilization strategy, we've been trying to get a Sharia-compliant product in cognizance of the challenges faced. And in fact, in the current proposals for the bills that will be tabled in this Parliament, that Sharia-compliant product is part of the conversation. So yes, they will be catered for. Thank you.
For
this side, Speaker, please.
Naika, number 1.
Nakuru, please. Mr. Speaker, Nakuru County.
Mama Lamu, number 2.
Joro, please. Speaker, Joro constituency. Speaker,
I'll give to
Speaker,
Clive,
front,
number 3.
your front part, Speaker.
And I'll give
Speaker, now you are unfair.
I'll give Mama Embu, number 4.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Everybody will have a chance. Just be patient.
Thank you.
1 question each.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not clear on one issue. We have been talking about classifications of poverty. But there are, in my constituency right now, there's a lot of arambes taking place for children who have been called to the university. But some cannot even afford to do arambes, and they have been called. I want to know if there's a system whereby the very poor who live with their grandmothers and grandfathers can enter the university and the issue of payment is done when they have entered. That is my question.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mwanzo ningependa kufafanua hii marginalization iko, tusikatae. Wale wengi watachukua, lakini na sisi tusipokonywe uhuru wa kuzungumza. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, sahihi ninavyokuambia, mumeona kwa media, watoto youth 108 wameenda Al-Shabaab na wameuawa. Mimi leo nakuambia hapa, 60 wametoka Lamu East. Na haya mambo kutukataza sisi kuwa marginalized ndio inafanya mambo hayo. Na Lamu ikiwa unsafe, Kenya is not safe. Hilo mwataka mulijue. Sio tukitamka tu marginalization, watu wanataka kutugandamiza tunyamaze. Hasa swali langu ni hili kwa PS. Sijui kama una mipango gani.
Nani unyamaze mama? Wewe uliza swali tu.
Mr. Speaker, Mbaya amezungumza marginalization, akasimama mbunge asiseme hivyo. Kwa nini asiseme hivyo na ndio iliyoko? Lakini kwengine kuna shida zaidi.
Endelea kuuliza swali.
Ndio nasema nyinyi mnaweza mkachukua kila kitu, lakini uhuru wetu wa kuzungumza msituatishe. Swali langu ni hili kwa PS. Speaker, please protect me kwa hao walio wengi.
You are fully protected. Order, go on, Raila.
Lakini shida zingine ni nyingi. Speaker nasema hivi kwa PS. Kwetu mwanzo PS amesema huduma center, lakini nataka ufikirie huduma center kama ya Lamu ni Lamu Town. Mtu akiunga kutoka Kiunga paka Lamu Town paka atumie 8,200. Area zile zenye unique challenges umezifikiria vipi? Kama sahihi Mkokoni hakuna hata network. Wale wamefikiriwa vipi? Usipange kitu ya jumuiya Kenya nzima. Kuna wengine wana unique challenges. Sisi kama Lamu East nataka kujua tuko brand gani ndio nujue kama mna ukweli au ni mambo tu mnajifanyia. Asante.
Yes, Clive. Yes, Elijah. What's the point of order? Use the mic. Just press, it will come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and sorry for that. I was just saying, when we talk about education, which is an equalizer, and all of us here, members of parliament who have CDF equal, then it is very unfortunate when we start looking at our constituencies, regardless of what we are saying.
Point of order. Point of order.
You must understand.
Order, Clive.
Point of order.
You have it.
Clive.
And it can work.
No, point of order. CDF is not equal.
Order.
Who is giving equal? I'm not, we are, Lamu East, you are not getting equal.
Oh, Mama Roida. I didn't rule you out of order, so sit down. You are in order. Go on, Clive.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ask you one question.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to know from the PS if they have been able to merge the application of this together. If they have been able to merge the funding application together with the university placement application, COOPS. The reason I'm asking that, Honorable Speaker, is if this was done at the point of application for COOPS and placement, it means by February, all these issues we're handling today could have been tackled and the students could have had enough time for appeal process, whereby even them, as a ministry, can be able to use grassroots leaders like DCCs and ACCs for appeal program. Have they been able to merge that?
Thank you.
Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the banding. The numbers that have gone to band 4 and 5 are people earning over 120,000. And that's why they've put majority of the students. Yes, we understand that there is a lot of maybe fake information that came in. But even the statistics out there, do they justify to tell us that such many people earn over 120,000 shillings in Kenya?
Yes, double N.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is one question and a suggestion. And I want to ask the PS, what are the modalities or parameters
Sergeant, can you give the PS
used for categorizing students to the different brands And how fair and effective is it in ensuring that most deserving students are selected for the correct brand? And the other suggestion, Honorable Speaker, to the PS is that there was a directive that if any student has a problem with the certificate because of the school balance, that they should not be denied their certificates. But the PS has categorically said that for the current students attending the universities, they don't need these certificates. But we still know that we have other students who are not necessarily going to the universities and they deserve to have their certificates. Can the ministry, through the PS who is here, allow us as honorable members to do the data, collect the data of all the students whose certificates are outstanding in the schools, in the secondary schools, and they have never been issued to them because of the fee balances that they owe the schools? Thank you very much.
PS, can you answer those four?
Honorable Speaker, I will invite Monari to respond to the questions by Honorable Naika and Honorable Roida. Then I'll come in with a question by Honorable Clive.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the issue of allowing students who, by Honorable Naika, allowing students who depend on Harambes to report to schools, I want to affirm that all the universities and the chair of the Vice Chancellor's committee is here, that the students will be allowed to report to the universities, and they'll find staff from the university's fund and help to guide them on how to apply for the application. The other thing I want to emphasize
Monari, you know the problem we have?
Yes.
You are whispering very good things to MPs here, but out there things are different. Can you from here as an order, as a ministry, issue a public communication for children to go to school, their money can follow them? Because what you are saying here and what the vice chancellors are doing out there is totally different.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure the PS will be able to respond to that. But one thing I want to emphasize on, we have also noted that the students who have been on Harambee are shy to tick on the form that they were on Harambee. Some of them have not been able to do that. So what we are saying is that let them just give us that evidence.
No. Mr. Speaker, let me clarify my point. I didn't say, I said there are some students who are called. They are not even able to do a Harambee. So they don't have a Harambee. They call and nobody comes. So can they report to university? Until...
He has said they will. Now go and tell them to report. Go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me go to the next question by Honorable Obo on access to application. I want to confirm that, number one, we understand that there are students who cannot access these facilities because of where they come from. And that is why we have given a chance for these students to report to universities, and we have facilitated our staff to be there to assist these students. So these students will be given a chance to apply while in campus, and then they can be able to submit their applications, and then we can be able to process those applications. Thank you very much.
Next. Who is answering?
Mr. Speaker, please.
No.
You know, we have to be clear. Are they reporting and be sent back home, or they are reporting to continue with the education?
Yes, PS. Go on to the next.
Honorable Speaker, the questions by Honorable Clive on the merging of the placement body, that is Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Board and Universities Fund and Higher Education Loans Board. I'd like to confirm that we have already started working on the initial design. However, this has not been implemented immediately because these platforms are being used actively for students to apply for funds and also to process the appeals. However, it is our commitment that during the next funding cycle, these platforms will be fully merged and the data will be processed simultaneously. Then there was another question on why this banding is skewed towards band 4 and 5. Honorable Speaker, without reliable data on income, it is very difficult for us to use income precisely to predict for the time being. However, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I have data here. I have data here from the National Examination Council for the results of the students who are now joining university. And according to this data, 84.8% of the students who scored C+ and above, 84.8% of the students who scored C+ and above studied in national schools. So we can see that actually this admission is skewed towards national schools. Honorable Speaker, in these national schools, the students were paying 53,000 minimum. We also know that there are other levies. Some of these students also studied in private schools. So it may be very unfortunate, but it is indeed the reality of our circumstances that the students from sub-county schools, the students from county schools and extra county school are disproportionately represented in our universities. And so when we use the secondary school that a student went to as an indicator, and the students went to national schools, and they have not demonstrated that they were funded through Harambes, or they had a guardian or bursaries, then it becomes very difficult for us not to discriminate, not to use that variable as a discriminator. However, this is what then opens the opportunity for appeal, so that with more information, we can then correctly classify these students. And this will also include visiting some sampled students in their homes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Owen.
My point of order is this, Honorable Speaker. The principle should be everybody is poor unless proved rich. Not the other way. They are saying everybody is rich until they prove that he is poor. This is Kenya. We know the income levels. Very few people go to 120,000. Very few people, 50, 60. Honorable Speaker, so they need to change the principle. Then we will save Kenyan youth.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, Minority Whip. Just press the button and it will come on. Look for the next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to the ministry that their presumption is actually extremely defective. Even as we speak now, I have a student from my constituency who's just finished in Alliance with a balance of 94,000 Kenya shillings because it's CDF that has paid for her from Form 1 to Form 4. Most of our students from our constituencies are actually being paid for by CDF. That's why they are in those national schools. So if you can actually, and I raised that issue earlier, and I would request them to relook at it. The issue the schools of a school somebody attended is very misleading. Because most of us are in WhatsApp group fundraising, parents sacrifice to even do those fundraisers so that kids can go to good schools for a better life, not that they can afford it. So can you please relook, because it's very misleading, the issue of those schools.
What you probably should do before we go to the next round, I thought I had the Monari say they have opened a desk at each university upon reporting, if the data you put in, because the assessment is based on self-generated data. So if you put in data based on erroneous facts or misapprehension of facts or total misunderstanding, then advise students in your constituencies that upon reporting the university, they go to that desk, and I hope that desk is there, and explain that I went to a national school in Alliance or Kamsinga, not because I was rich, but because I passed well at standard 8 or 7, standard 8, and the bursaries from the CDF paid my fees all through. So my parents have nothing. But you are assessing me because I went to a national school where we pay so much, which was not my money, was not my parents' money, was from a public kitty. So also advise students when they report to go to those desks and make those clarifications so that the data available on them is then adjusted to the reality. Yes, let's take another 4. Yes. Let me start with Daoud.
Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, front face of you.
Order, honorable members, no soliciting. No soliciting. I know all of you. Oundo, Pareo,
Honestly.
and
Jora, Mr.
the member right at the back, is that member for Uriri? Those are 4. We'll still take more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the PS. The PS has talked about boom. The boom she has talked about, is it per year or is it per month or what? What is the
that has already been answered.
No,
that they give twice per year.
Equal amounts or the same amount?
Yes.
Okay.
First semester, 1/2. Second semester, the
Okay.
other half.
Fine. Let me ask my question now. That was not the question, no. Mr. Speaker, going to university, it's not just tuition fees. I had a student who was going from Meru, and he got very good marks and all that. He had to pay for the whole year accommodation fees before he even is enrolled into the university. Mr. Monari has said they should go. What Honorable Naika has asked, if he goes there, will he be sent back? Yes, he will be sent back because accommodation fees has to be paid up front, the whole amount. So if it is going to be like that, then how are the students going to study? If they do not have the money, accommodation fees may be 50 to 100,000.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just have 2 questions. Specifically, the first one, the timelines from the date of appeal and the timeline when the decision on what if there's been any change in the banding, how long does it take? Second, Honorable Speaker, the greatest problem in this funding model are the vice chancellors. They come and mislead the PS and the cabinet secretary, but when they go back to the universities, they give the registrars completely contradictory instructions. For example, I just want to pick up what he has been saying. You have to pay the accommodation fee in advance, yet there is this boom that is coming they're supposed to use. I've seen the chair of the university chancellors as here. Can he give a commitment to this country today, here, that they're not going to contradict whatever decisions they make at the Ministry of Education? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Agnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And my question, the first question is that I want the PS to clarify to us of the deadline for the application. Because as I heard her speak, she said that first was the deadline, and then she said that these students can continue with the application in the schools. So I'm wondering, how will these students go to school, yet they are supposed to pay for the houses where they will stay. Then again, I want to remind them that the constituencies we come from are constituencies where there is no electricity and where there is no network. So at the moment as I was coming yesterday, there were so many students in town trying to struggle to apply for the bursaries. So did they really consider these students who are poor and who come from those areas where there is no network and there is no electricity?
Thank you. Oriri, member for Oriri. Oriri. So go on.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, allow me to commend your comments about this kind of funding we have. Because when I was doing my maths here, I realized that all the funding we are talking about can constitute around 80% coming from the government, the universities, of their need. So by declaring universities and colleges free, we'll need only to top 20% and we make it free. And Madam PS, if you ask me, I would suggest that we work towards making university and colleges funding free. And if you can make a proposal to Parliament to consider funding universities and colleges, I think we'll do a better service to the Republic. My last concern, which I want to bring as a suggestion to you, when you look at Kenya as we are talking today, we are one country with a lot of inequalities. You talk about my constituency, you go to Turkana and other areas. There are students who completed their secondary education and expected to go to the university and cannot access network. They cannot apply for all what we are talking about here. They don't have the information we are discussing here today. And if you want to treat these people equally, we must provide equal opportunities and allow them to report to the colleges, and anything which is required of them, let them do at the college level. But let us not expect them to be equal with others and do the same at the family level. It's not possible. Some parents are too ignorant of whatever we are talking about here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, what's the point of order?
I think the ministry is living in maybe in space, because let them know that in this country or in any African setup, it is the poor that produce more children, because they do not have any TV, they do not have other entertainment. Their only entertainment is to produce children. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you want to equate students from national schools, having been perhaps maybe well off, but let me say this, we even try in our local schools to produce students who can go there. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was sending hostel fee for my student in Laikipia University, because he says, I cannot be admitted. I have to buy them suitcases. I've got to buy them everything. So there is inequality in the first place where teachers are posted. You find schools like Alliance High School, they have all the teachers they require and even more. But in our schools, they do not even have teachers. Yet we even perform well, Mr. Speaker. So let them come out of their imagination that it is only schools that at national level that perform and perhaps that are actually well off. Let them actually come out, out of that dream. Otherwise, these inequalities are killing us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
You hijacked that point of order to say something unrelated. Now, PS, we've taken the 4. I'll still give you, members.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the Vice Chancellor, Professor Daniel Mugendi, the Chair of all Vice Chancellors, to respond to the issue raised by Honorable Wundo, and the Vice Chancellor for Laikipia University, Professor Rotich, to respond to the issue that was raised by Honorable Ondege on the making university education free. Monari here will respond to the issue raised by Honorable Daud on accommodation fees, and Zuki will respond to the question raised by Honorable Shimba on the family tree and equality. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Vice Chancellor, tell us, are you, Vice Chancellor, the biggest problem in this setup? That's what. Yes, KJ, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the opportunity has been given to a Vice Chancellor. Maybe this would be the right time for them to answer a question that you asked that was glossed over. And the bigger question was on communication, Mr. Speaker. You did ask where the disconnect is between the ministry and the universities.
Your mic is off. Use the next mic.
Mr. Speaker, now that the opportunity has been given to a Vice Chancellor, maybe this would be the opportunity to answer a question that you had asked to Madam PS, but was glossed over. Mr. Speaker, you had asked, is there a disconnect between what the ministry is saying and what the universities are doing? And even on that, Mr. Speaker, the channels of communication, is it all being left to be communicated by the president, where the minister, the PS, the HELB, and all other people who attend to these issues in the Ministry of Education are mute to a point where you have had to call a Kamukunji to explain it to members of parliament. These members of parliament are good consumers of media. They are very well versed with what is happening on the ground, but they still do not understand this funding model, Mr. Speaker, meaning that the communication that we are being given here today is not trickling down to the ground. We are being told that they are using a multi-channel approach, which includes, I don't know, digital media, social media, and other medias. Mr. Speaker, the point is that all that has been said prior to today has not communicated to the publics in the way that it should. So now, could the Vice Chancellor tell us, are the Vice Chancellors sabotaging the communication? Are they part of the problem, or are they part of the solution that we are seeking, Mr. Speaker? Thank you very much. And this is in terms with the flow of communication. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Vice Chancellor? Who do you want to inform?
Mr. Speaker, I would want to inform my brother, Honorable KJ.
Is over the floor.
It's a very important point, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Last week on Saturday, the good professor of Embu. Yes. No.
Mr. Speaker.
Can I, Mr. Speaker?
I hope you are not attempting to answer for him.
No. I'm just informing that Professor Mugendi, I had an occasion in my constituency where a team from Embu University came to the function to communicate to the function which I had about the university funding model. Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to protect Professor Mugendi in any way.
Order. Take your seat. Order. Take your seat, please. Take your seat.
I do not want to be informed.
Order.
Find him out of order.
Honorable Ruku. Order. Honorable Ruku, when I last checked, you are not a Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor, can you respond to those concerns?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. I have two issues that I've been asked to respond on. The first one was on the issue of if the students come to our universities and they have not been able to pay the household component, whether we allow them to continue standing. And I want to answer in the affirmative, yes. And we have said that there is no student who should be turned away because they have not been able to pay the full household component. Every university has a mechanism that we have put in place to ensure that students will be able to pay the household component as they study. And many of us, the arrangements that are in place is that if they're able to keep paying something small, then they continue doing it so that by the time is we get to the end of the semester and we are about to do the exam, then they should have finished paying. So I want to say that we have communicated very clearly. We have communicated very clearly that to the VCs that they shouldn't be turning away the students.
Yes,
What happens? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's a point of order, is it?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I think it is wrong for Professor to come to this house and claim that there is proper communication. The elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is communication. We have so many forums of communication.
Point of information.
We look up to them, Mr. Speaker, as the epitome of knowledge in terms of communication. They have those courses in their degrees. Mr. Speaker, a simple communication through the X has not been expressed by these institutions. That's why we are here right now today, Mr. Speaker, carrying so many cards for Harambes because of communication. That's number one, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there is a trust deficit on the system. We have not heard to what extent does this data is being unbundled through the system and how much is a human intervention. That's why you have a problem that people who are supposed to be in bundle 1, they are now in bundle 4 and 5. Mr. Speaker, I think before the Chancellor's communication, I think you need to address the clear forums of communication because that's why we are here. We are not able to communicate to our people on the ground on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Vice Chancellor, what you are telling the members of Parliament here is that no student will be turned away on reporting day 1 for the simple reason that they have not been able to marshal accommodation fees, but they can pay along the way. Is that what you are telling the House?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of accommodation is different because, as you know, accommodation is linked from registration, and actually most of the accommodation providers are private people. But in terms of fees, that's what I'm saying, the household contribution, which we've been talking about, either the 5% in band 1, or the 10% in band 2, or the 20% in band 3, that is what I'm talking about, because that's the fees that comes to the university. There is no student who should be chased away because they have not paid household component.
Use the word will, not shall.
Let them answer the other questions.
They have answered.
Yes.
Point of
They have
information.
only responded to Oundo's question. There was one from Dawood, from Pareyo, and from the member for Nyatike.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go on.
Yes, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. The other question was on the issue of communication and what we are doing as Vice Chancellors to ensure that we are communicating this message to our stakeholders. And I want to say that, yes, the message is a process. And that's why we are here today talking about the student-centered model or the new funding model. I'm sure members of Parliament have even seen our peers in media houses. They have seen some of our officers in these state agencies, in our state agencies, and also some of our vice chancellors in media houses communicating about this new funding model. I want to say it's a process. It is something that is ongoing. What we have agreed as vice chancellors is that we are going to adopt constituencies that are in the universities where, the counties where our universities are located. And we've already liaised with some of you MPs, and I think honorable members of Parliament, and I'm sure you know it. And we have said that we want to be accompanying you when you have your public embarrassers, when you are meeting with your stakeholders, so that we can be able to talk about the new funding model. And I'm sure it is on that breath that Honorable Ruto was trying to clarify that last week in a function that he was involved in, I then sent a team to be able to do that. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that also as a Vice Chancellor...
Yes, hold on, Wamuchomba, what is
Mr. Speaker,
agitating you?
Mr. Speaker, I'm quite agitated because it looks like we are wasting our time. We've been here since morning wanting to get clarity, serious information from people who are expected to disseminate information. If this is the style the Honorable Professor is using to disseminate information to us, what about the students who have no patience with him? We are wasting our time, Mr. Speaker. I think it is high time we acknowledge that this system is quite a mess. We must go back to the drawing board. We are wasting the life and the future of our children, and these people who are entrusted with information dissemination should be fired with immediate effect because they are doing a lot of nothing to our country.
Yes, Professor. Professor, let's hear the professor first.
Professor has finished.
McClap, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker, we are not interested in those stories of the professor. Mr. Speaker, what is very important to communicate to the country? Solution, if we want to sort out Kenya, today and now, Mr. Speaker, make a pronouncement to the cabinet secretary or the president to make a pronouncement to the children of Kenya that they all report to the university and do the necessary documentation. The documentation can be done in the university, the accommodation can be sorted out, Mr. Speaker. Two, Mr. Speaker, make the ministry, the minister, or the president of the Republic of Kenya, make a pronouncement to the people of Kenya and the children of Kenya that all certificates of students joining to university be released unconditionally, because those certificates, national examination, the government paid for examination fee in Kenya, and therefore they have no relationship with payment arrears of fees in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. They were all paid in Kenya. Those two pronouncements, Mr. Speaker, sorts out Kenya immediately.
Professor, can you finish up? Order, let's hear the professor. Hold on, KJ. You raised an issue, let him respond. That's why he's on his feet. Let him respond.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and members. I think we have communicated that it's a process. Honorable Member KJ, you raised the issue of communication, and that is what I'm addressing. And I'm saying communication is a process. All of you have even heard His Excellency the President talk about the new funding model, but I think it's a process, and that's we are engaging in that process, and that's why I was saying, as Vice Chancellors, we have a strategy, because we have said we will start with our students, our staff members, our senates, our unions, and then we also go to the populations using the MCAs, the members of parliament, so that then we can be able to get this information to the population. Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Let's finish those four first.
Honorable.
Let's finish those four. Order, honorable members. The good Vice Chancellor has said that they will try. It's sufficient. Whether it's sufficient or not, it is you to judge. But what we have told the PS and her team, that even with this very good model, the deficiency has been communication. It is now that we are hearing that even children who don't have money should go and report. Those with distorted data should go and correct at the universities. This is something that we didn't need a Kamkunji to be told if it was communicated out there. So PS and your team, when you go up there, upscale your level of communication. And Vice Chancellor, you know, there are some constituencies like Turkana North that have no university. So if you are going to limit yourself to going to the county where the university is domiciled, then you disadvantage constituencies that don't have universities. Find a way and this parliament will assist you. That's why I brought you here. We have the chairman of education here. If you have any message that requires to go to the public nationally, pass it on to the chairman of the committee. I'll give him free airtime in parliament to communicate to the public so that they can be able to get what you are doing. Secondly, you have taxpayers' money. You employ people to do communication in your ministries. Ask them to do this so that the public can get to know. Because the problem we're having is just lack of adequate or no communication at all.
Aye, Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear the other answers first.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Molo, hold your horses.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Allow me to also respond to the question that was raised by Honorable Dawood regarding the accommodation fees and to say that some universities run a needy kitty, and such universities are supporting students with challenges in accommodation. They are also prioritizing them for student accommodation within the hostels. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to invite Monari to respond to the question raised by Honorable Paré. And
point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Dawood.
PS has just talked about needy students being given accommodation, but we are saying that they should be enrolled and accommodated so that they are not sent. There is no point in enrolling a student going to university and he doesn't have anywhere to sleep. Will he sleep on the streets?
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Nzuki will respond to the question on family structure by Honorable Shimba, and then the VC for Laikipia University, Honorable Professor Rotich, will respond to...
Before that, Madam PS, why can you consider, because if this boom that comes slightly later than the admission is part of the money the students will use for accommodation, yes, why can't you direct the vice chancellors to liaise with accommodation providers, yes, and give them an undertaking that we will pay this boom at this particular time, let in the students. You can even have a way of paying some of the boom for accommodation directly to the providers so that the children are not thrown out of school. Why don't you have that kind of arrangement? Yes, yes, go on.
Honorable Speaker, I am under your advice, and we shall work on this proposal with the Vice Chancellors, on this directive with the Vice Chancellors. I will...
Just hold on. Bwana Vice Chancellor, will you consider telling, you are the chairman, right? Yes. Of the Vice Chancellors. We would advise that you communicate with your colleagues, because the boom you are going to pay will go towards accommodation. You already said that it's private enterprise that provides accommodation, but the money will still come from the boom. Can you organize to allow students to report, have the accommodation available, on the undertaking from the university that boom is coming and accommodation will be paid so that education goes on uninterrupted?
Okay. Obliged, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
He has said he will do so.
Mr. Speaker, there's a challenge. No, it is important, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's important we say the truth. The truth of the matter is that this boom goes directly to the student account. Now, the five chancellors, they must find a way of enforcing the students once they receive this money in their personal account, that they are able to transmit that money in a way, I don't know how, to the five chancellors so that they can arrange the arrangement.
Point of order, Chair.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
on the same
Ruku,
point.
Order, honorable members, what we have suggested, Honorable Ruku, is that they find a mechanism of giving a promissory note, a promissory note to the landlords, that these students will get money from us. And when they get, they will pay. If they don't pay, they will be locked out.
Mr. Speaker. 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Article 27, Mr. Speaker, Article 27 of our Constitution talks about equality and freedom from discrimination.
So who is being discriminated here?
The student.
How?
The money still goes to the student. I'm not in the point of the money for now. My point is the entire model or the financing model which we are trying to panel beat here, Mr. Speaker. The managers, the university managers, have ensured that students from the very remote areas, very remote constituencies are discriminated. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, there are sections where there is no mobile network. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, there are students with no mobile phone or computers which can be used or internet which can be used to make these applications. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that...
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
We want a way forward, Mr. Speaker. We want a way forward. We came here for Kamukuji because we want a way forward.
Mr. Speaker, can I be protected? Can I be protected, Mr. Speaker?
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, surely.
Way forward. We want a way forward.
We have been doing so well until the member from Beren not arrived.
Mike, please.
We've been doing so well until the member from Beren not arrived. First, by attempting to defend vice chancellors, and secondly, interjecting to say things that were not relevant to what we are discussing. PS, can you go on and finish? After the PS, I'll take one round, then we close.
Honorable Speaker, I will invite Mr. Monari to respond to the two questions, one by Honorable Pare and the other by Honorable Ruku, and Zuki to respond to the question by Honorable Shimba, and the VC for Laikipia, Professor Rotich, to respond to the issue of can we make university education free? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the issue of appeals, which was asked by Honorable Undo, from the date of application, we want to promise that within 3 weeks, we shall be able to process the appeals, and 3 weeks from the date of application. So if a student applies from today, we shall process within 3 weeks. So we urge the students to apply as soon as possible so that we can process them, they can get their money. On the issue of lack of network and electricity, that is why we have given a commitment that these students can be able to report to the universities where they can be able to access the facilities to apply. No student will be left behind, and we ensure that the students, and we have staff there who can be able to guide these students from far-flung areas so that all the students can be able to apply. And that is an assurance that we want to give the honorable members. On the issue of the prolonged allowance to apply until December 31st, this is in the spirit of ensuring that no student is left behind also, because it will allow students who did not have a chance to apply or who did not have the necessary documentation to apply a chance to be able to apply within reasonable time. Thank you.
The next. One.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the matter of the MTI being able to accommodate the family, different family sizes and the various components that constitutes a family, of course, the family structure parameter is a big one which considers single parenthood, orphans, children, And of course, the size of the family is considered. How does it play out? Through the NEMIS and universities and TVES ecosystem, we are able to establish the family size of where the applicant is coming in terms of those people who are engaged in the education sector. And then we derive from the income that has been declared, we get a per capita. So we divide the income that has been declared by the number of persons to get the per capita, which of course will not then disadvantage guys from large families. Nevertheless, we have said those children who are coming from disadvantaged families and they have been supported through school, the platform allows them to say that they were supported through school, and there is evidence by attachment of sponsorship letters or recommendation by the chiefs, and that puts them to an affirmative action straight away in terms of 100% support. Thank you.
Okay, we'll...
Honorable Speaker, the VC.
Yes.
The Vice Chancellor was to respond to the issue of free university education.
Yes, Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Laikipia, you say?
Thank you. My name is Joseph Rotich, the Vice Chancellor, Laikipia University. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the matter of whether the university education should be free, I report or I respond that this will be a policy issue which this Parliament and the government needs to decide and make a decision on it. And I think with all the monies from CDF, Women Rep, and all the other supports which go to students, if they can be consolidated, then the university and colleges, including TVET, can be made free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, now let's take another round. Member for Gichugu, then followed by Rachel Nyamai, followed by Rindikiri, followed by Karole Omondi, followed by Mama Pareo. Siwe umeuliza tayari? You can't have a second bite. Followed by Hold. Ngoja.
Followed by Joro.
Followed by McClap.
Speaker, Uton is out.
McClap.
Speaker is advanced.
And then member for Aldai. Okay, let's start with us. Kishugu, one question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kishumu.
I think matters of education are matters of national importance, and that is why this particular issue of education was left at the national level.
No preambles, just ask the question.
Yes. There's what we call in government collective responsibility. This is just one department under the ministry. Why is the department, which is handled by the PS before the House today, not involving the other departments? The other department under the ministry is devolved at the constituency level, and they can be able to use that channel for communication through the CS. And also, this House is also represented by members of Parliament in 290 constituencies. Why are they not using the available channels that even as members of Parliament use when we are also giving bursaries? I think...
Order, Mshomba. Take your seat, Mama. Okay, you will not be harassed when I'm here.
Mr. Speaker.
Take your seat. Order, honorable members. You will not be harassed. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Let's not have any side shows to such an important issue.
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that why is the department not using the available channels of collective responsibility in making that information available at the lowest level? Mr. Speaker,
you've made your point.
No, there's one point, Mr. Speaker. From the data that has been given by the PS, about 125 100,000 students will be joining university. That's correct? If I divide by 290 constituencies, that is only about 440 students per constituency. It is very easy to call all those students at one center and establish their needs, and also be able to have, to apportion the money according to the needs of those children, instead of using scientific methods of mean testing instruments, which are scientific and they are not real. The reality is on the ground. Let all the students report. We do it at the constituency level, and we'll be able to give them the data of the need of the students.
Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to...
Muguka.
I think Mira. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, because the resolutions that you have made this morning have already given us solutions. And I want to give you an example of this message that I have. There is an issue of the woman you met on Saturday, who has a balance in Ikanga Girls of 56,320. Are you going to clear this, or the students should go to university? I have responded, the students should go direct to university. So I would like to thank you very much for that. Mr. Speaker, this is my question. That I have students who have been wrongly banded. I know them, I know their parents, and they are in band 1 and 2. But they have been given band 4, band 3, 4, and 5. And I would like to ask the PS, who I agree that she has really tried to answer these questions, but I would like to ask, is it possible to compare the data that you are receiving with the data from the secondary school? Not comparing with the secondary school that child went to, but the data from that secondary school, because the children are known, and link it with what the Honorable Member for Kishugu has said. Or also link it to data from the ground, from provincial administration, because these children are known from the Ministry of Interior. We'll be able to get data now that there are universities that are not telling the truth. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, allow me, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament is given information that is factual. The statements are factual. Now, I can tell you and prove to you that some of this information you have given here is not correct. And we have said, and I agree with what Honorable Gishuma said, there is no information on the ground. I have and I engaged Madam PS, and you need to confirm, because I went to the ministry at the county level, I went to the sub-county, at the constituency level. What you have written here is wrong. Please correct that impression that you have created. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, you need to convince us that this mean testing is correct. I would have expected you to come to Parliament with the data tabulated per region, per criteria that you have used to justify that the mean testing that you are using is correct. Now, without that, you cannot claim that a student are following by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is wrong.
You've made your point. Carol Omondi.
Thank you very much, right, Honorable Speaker. I'll try to be very brief. Let me start by saying that this issue is not new to Kenya. I think one of the countries with the best funding model for university education is Canada. And it is very highly automated, so that there's no fraud, there's no corruption, and the system works. I think the biggest problem we have here is the way these social parameters are being applied. We are dealing with a financial question, but we are applying social parameters, not financial tools. I think that is the biggest problem in this model. And what I would recommend is, if you look at all these social parameters, they will not tell you what somebody's income is or financial status is. You need to approach this thing using financial tools, like you are a credit committee in a bank.
And this information is there. And the application, I would suggest, are made when people are still in high school, so that the teachers and the students can work together and capture the historical data on how those students are being financed over the years and fitted into the matrix, whatever system you call it. If you have a bank credit system, every parent has a telephone number these days. You can go and get M-Pesa records of a family, and you will know their income. You can go to KRA. You can go to salary slips. There's enough financial tools that if we apply to this system, we will get to know who are in need and who are not in need. Because if we leave it blank and use social parameters like polygamy and all these other things I'm seeing here, we are opening a very good system to fraud and corruption, and to politicians like us who will want to encourage people to go and get loans without having the responsibility to pay for them. This system only works where there is honesty and where there is repayment and where there is no corruption. So the first thing you must do is to change the parameters. Don't focus on the social parameters as much. Use financial tools. Secondly, thirdly, I think for those students who have applied, and they should apply while they are still in high school, when they get the letter, that letter should serve as a guarantee for their admission, even before the funds are disbursed. Then we will solve a lot of these other problems you see us having here. But otherwise, Mr. Speaker, social parameters, open to manipulation, open to corruption, we will kill a good idea. Start using financial tools in making analysis of who is in need. People will not go to the wrong banks if you act as a credit committee of a bank. And the information is there. Let nobody tell you there's no information. There's enough information. How much did you farm last time? How much crops did you harvest? It is there. Because people are receiving fertilizer. People are receiving different things. Otherwise, these social parameters will not help us. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Maklap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All of them, you'll answer them together.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief and candid. Number one, Mr. Speaker, using this right after they have used bans on monthly income of families to determine what a family or a student should pay. When you turn to the other page, Mr. Speaker, they are saying there is a mini testing tool, and they have come up with parents, gender, cost, expenditure. Mr. Speaker, there is no collinearity between these social factors that do not have an assigned figure mathematically and the incomes of the families. Mr. Speaker, the incomes of the families are determined by salaried people. Salaried people. To determine these bands are determined by salaried people. But those who are not salaried, Mr. Speaker, are actually unique. It's unpredictable. So they are using an imagined constant as opposed to continuous variables that continue to affect income of families. So I will challenge that, Mr. Speaker. Two, and propose this, Mr. Speaker, and going to the last. I propose to the team that this thinking of funding of university is good, but requires refinery. Mr. Speaker, if you do 5% on cost over cost in university and allow the students pay the fees on 5% of the cost that they do, as opposed to these funds, then you will have a graduated, evenly funding, Mr. Speaker, that do not discriminate and based on what you earn, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, is the parties. Mr. Speaker, the resolutions that we want to come to this house, because you have invited us to come to this house, not in vain, but to sort out a problem in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, resolution number one that you've said to come out very clearly this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, because the students are being admitted daily, is number one, the students do report to university and the university sort out the accommodation and the appeals and the applications when they are in the university unconditionally. Second, Mr. Speaker, that a degree, as you say, Mr. Speaker, of all certificates held, I am lucky because in the schools that I have called to release certificates, because I am aware, Mr. Speaker, of a circular from the Ministry of Education saying that all secondary schools to release certificates, and they are not doing it because of this communication. So, Mr. Speaker, that should be communicated throughout the Republic of Kenya. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the parties, the presidential party to funding of university education. So, Speaker, can we review this so that you include the members of this House, because this is where the rubber meets with the road. We know what is happening in Kenya. We don't want people to make decisions who are living in utopia. We are the people who meet with the customer daily basis, Mr. Speaker, and we have the best solution for education in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I beg to raise my case, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Aldai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have really raised my hand because I really wanted to bring out this point.
You have now
This, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This means testing instrument, I think, is now the biggest elephant in this room. It is bigger than everything else because the methodology or all these parameters they've set up are what is actually causing students to be placed in bands that they do not belong. I will take a student from the Nandi escarpment, where I come from, the lower hills of the escarpment, who has been called to Nairobi University. He has filled this form because when he tried filling, he came to a cyber near, maybe far away from his home, tried filling this despite the difficulties, filled this information, told you, and this information, they come and check on whether you are marginalized. That particular kid is marginalized, but because our data here in Nairobi does not show that this kid who is living in an escarpment is marginalized, he will get a 0 or whatever rating that he'll get there, yet that kid for real is marginalized. You come to a child, maybe has both parents, but because the system says when you have both parents, maybe your rating goes down. When you have one parent, the rating goes up. There are even families where one parent or an orphan who were given inheritances that are better than situations where both parents exist. So if you look at the whole MTI tool that is being used, that is where the elephant in this room is. And therefore, and when you tell these students, come back for a review of your rating, they will still use the same tool to review the same student. So at the end of the day, it is a zero-sum game because this student will go to Nairobi University, comes from Aldai, go to Nairobi University.
University of Nairobi?
University of Nairobi, okay.
Yes.
The University of Nairobi.
Yes. The University of Nairobi.
University of Nairobi. And they are told, come back and review. The person seated at that desk reviewing does not understand the difficulties this child is coming from. And he's told, okay, so what do we want us to change here? The child changes 1, 2 things. They review the child from band 5 to band 4. Yet that child actually needs to be in band 1 because of the situation in which they are in. So my issue, Mr. Speaker, is that this particular banding and this particular review is the major elephant in the room, which is something that needs to be relooked at. And I would like the suggestion that reviews of these students be done right at the location, at the village level, because we have not reached this level. We've not reached this level as a country to be able to band and review students like this, because even us as human beings, we don't give the correct data. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we have so many budgets all over, like the political parties fund. It can also be used and be taken to universities so that universities can get more funding for students to upgrade the facilities and all those kind of things. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's have them answer that. Yes, what's your point of order, Wakili?
Mr. Speaker, I think from what I've listened to all the members, I think we have reached a level whereby, Mr. Speaker, we have started repeating ourselves. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's high time you give directions. It's a high time, Mr. Speaker, you give directions. I think we have captured the elephant in the room, the MTI, the communication, the bundling together of the bursary. I think it's high time, Mr. Speaker, so at least again, we can be able to conclude. Kindly, Mr. Speaker, I request that you give directions. Thank you.
This man is a very Mr. Speaker, I have a different point, please. I beg you.
Just hold your horses, Mama.
Thank you.
Honorable.
I didn't say ride your horses. Hold your horses.
Honorable
Yes.
Speaker.
Some of them are overlapping.
Yes.
Like the issue raised by Rindikiri and Maklap is almost the same. So can you answer them quickly?
Yes.
I do one last round, then we adjourn.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to respond to the issue raised by Honorable Rindikiri. I did communicate with him and provide the information that he requested for. That information was very useful to other members of Parliament as well. Honorable Speaker, we at the State Department are trying very much to collaborate with other state agencies to communicate. With a humble budget of 600,000 a year for communication, as a State Department, we are really struggling and working with other agencies to help us reach out. Then there were issues on the means testing instrument, and I want to say that the means testing instrument worked quite well last year because we only had, so 9,726 appeals. Sounds like there were many, but there were 10%. For every model, a 10% error can actually be accommodated. But of this 9,726, upon reviewing all the information, 5% were successfully processed, while the rest, we explained to them why they had to remain in those bands, and the students are continuing learning. However, the real issue is how do these parameters interact? Because they interact in a very complex mathematical model. And Honorable Speaker, if you would give us some 3 minutes, I would call Mr. Mbala to just explain briefly how the variables interact in the mathematical model. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Speaker, honorable members. My name is William Mbala. I work with the Higher Education Loans Board. The various indicators that have been chosen to help us determine the level of need of students for purposes of assisting financially are chosen from the research that was done by KNBS, most specifically the Kenya Poverty Report 2020. And then these particular indicators, we go ahead and rank them using analytical process called AHP, whereby we are able to compare one parameter or indicator over another to determine which one has the highest of, or the most important to determine level of need. That process, or that formula which was invented in 1975 by one Professor Saati in the United States, is what we use to be able to give weights for each indicator. Pardon? Thank you. I'm done, Honorable.
You are done, take your seat. PS.
Honorable Speaker, there was a mathematical function that he was to demonstrate, but I guess it is too complex, but if we...
This is not a classroom. Just
Yes.
answer the questions as they are asked.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Honorable Chair. So Monari will complete the 3 other questions.
Monari.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will answer the questions from Honorable Robert Kithinji from Gishugu on collaboration. This is quite a good idea. In fact, in the next funding cycle, we'll be able to collaborate with secondary schools and ensure that we work together for them to give us more information regarding these students. So we'll have a more accommodative model which can be able to get information from secondary schools.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, clarification.
Yes.
My question was, can't you make it easy this year, because this is now that we have these problems, for the students to report, then within a week, we can be able, if you calculate this information to the constituency, we will be able to give you the correct info. We can call all the students that come from our constituencies. We parade them. Yeah, all the needed students, because not everyone will come out. We'll just call for every person who wants funding from the university.
You made your point, yes, Monari? Yeah. He's repeating what he said earlier, yes, which he thinks you are avoiding.
Yeah. No, we are going to accept all the information. The students can be able to upload that information when they are doing their appeals. So your suggestion is highly accepted, and we shall be able to
you remember, Chair, even the time of appeal that was asked by Honorable Undo has not even been given. So, or 3 weeks.
Yes.
Member for Kishugu.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
He said earlier, probably because you had stepped out, because I saw you here very early, that they have set up desks at every university. That on arrival, and this is what used to happen even those long time ago when we were going to university, you would go there and change your faculty. You could go there and address difficult issues that you are facing. So he says they have set those desks. So your duty now is to tell students from your jurisdiction that if you have any challenges, when you get to your university, go straight to the desk where you can give information that can alter whatever you want to be adjusted if you gave it in error. Monari, isn't that correct?
Yes,
that's what
correct.
you said?
Yes. That is correct, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe you give a chance to all those who have not spoken, then you'll give direction, Mr. Speaker.
I am going to do that.
Instead of them answering, allow them to ventilate, and then you'll give direction.
Thank you, sir. I'll call as following so that we don't leave out anybody. Wamshomba.
But, Mr. Speaker, my question was not partly answered.
It will be answered. Just hold your horses. Okay, PS.
I asked for tabulation
She
of
said
data.
she has been meeting you in her office.
No. I've been calling her, and what I said is the information they have put here is wrong. It's
Yes.
not correct. And I also asked that you they give us tabulation of data per category.
PS.
That was entered into determining, because garbage in and garbage out.
You know, Orindikiri, this is self-generated data, isn't it?
Mr. Speaker, if we get that data,
Yes.
if we get that
You
data,
want to get it to compare with what you
yes,
have.
with what we have in the ground.
That's
Because
public information.
75% of students in Meru County, they are all falling between band 5, 4, and 5. The entire Meru County.
Like Kilifi.
Yeah.
Go on.
Something is wrong.
PS. Go on, PS.
Honorable Speaker, I would, with your permission, I will demonstrate how we are dealing with some of these issues because they are real. I have a student whose data was shared by one of the members of Parliament here, and we downloaded because they had not been properly categorized. And when we downloaded the data that the student had provided, the honorable member said it was not true, and then gave additional information saying this person has 9 siblings, 1 brother is at Great Lakes University, 2 brothers completed Form 4 are idling, a sister is due to join Rift Valley, has a sibling in Form 4 likely to get an A, has another sibling in Form 2, 2 in primary. One hasn't started schooling, I've spoken to him, and it is a sad story. And he used a cyber guy to complete the data. He wouldn't allow him to check the authenticity. I'm just wondering how many other kids have suffered in the hands of the cyber people. I will set up a constituency help desk, at least 1 per ward. So what I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, is that the issues that we have shared are real and we are addressing them.
Thank you. Wamchomba, followed by Karemba, followed by Kadambi, followed by Jared Okello, followed by Lillian Kogo, Mayaka, Kihara, then Kipchumba.
Mr. Speaker, sir, point of order, please. Because Kajiado County has not been had any member. And we come from marginalized places, please.
Take your seat.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And those members I've called out, please take a minute each. We have overshot our time by more than an hour.
Many other times, Mr. Speaker, we have called parents and students for bursary screening in our constituencies. And more specifically, I speak for Githunguri. And every time you call students to provide information, some of them are so shy to tell you that they have drunkard parents. They are very shy to admit that their home is poor. They are very shy to actually tell you information that they claim it is in their personal space. So in our attempt to screen students and categorize them in the means testing instrument that has been used here, I think we have just got it wrong. Screening students who have not accepted that they come from poor backgrounds and insisting from them to get information, we are not going to get the actual information. I have had incidences where you call those students even into the offices to come and get to understand them more, and they even refuse to attend, only for their mothers to show up later to complain that their students were omitted because the student did not own up to information. So I'm appealing to the PS, please kindly review the means testing instrument. And I would request and beseech of you, please benchmark from the best. We have had private organizations that have been providing bursaries in our backyard. For example, we have the Wings to Fly program. These people go home to home, not because they did not have access to the student, but they realize that the student may not give you the actual information that can be used to actually engage the needy cases of the students. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for having called this Kamukunji, because we realize that we are suffering from lack of information. And from the engagement in this room, we actually can confirm there is a very serious information gap. And if that gap is not going to be sorted in the shortest way possible and days possible, we might land into a confusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karemba. Just press and it comes on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go to the next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, the new funding model, Honorable Speaker, I am thinking was supposed to address the crisis of the university funding. And I would like to hear from Madam PS whether indeed she believes that the new funding model is going to sort out the funding crisis in the universities. Then finally, Honorable Speaker, I heard a pronouncement by the President on this issue, if I am not wrong, on the issue of the communication that was done by various universities. Because among the letters that I have seen, even those from my constituency, have very scaring figures of about 300,000, 200,000. Have the universities considered the issue of reissuing admission
It was in
letters?
public media that they withdrew that communication, I think.
Have they reissued the letters?
Chancellor, is that correct? Don't give him the mic. You know you have to go on record. When you whisper to me that it's sure, it doesn't help the House.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, yes, we did indicate that the fees or the letters that we had issued earlier on, we know the costs therein, and we promised that as from 5th of August, we will be issuing other letters showing household costs. And those letters
How soon are you issuing those letters?
We have already released them, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, yes, say so.
They are there, they are already circulating, and so the households know what they are paying, and everything else is silent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I am, and urge that they employ the technology so as to ensure that the letters get to the students as fast as possible.
And you see, Professor, the problem we have is still communication. When His Excellency the President directed that you withdraw the letter, the public got to know. When you withdrew and issued the next letter, the public never got to know. And that's what we should improve, Madam PS. Karemba, you are done. Kadambi, 1 minute. You have been agitated the whole afternoon.
And I'm expecting your, Mr. Speaker, sir, you had me a minute. Mr. Speaker, allow me just to comment first. With explanations through the PS, I find that, Mr. Speaker, they are lacking a lot of information. It might be a very good idea, but how to implement it, how to sustain it, it has a lot of questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is burden when identifying the poor children, because I'm a single constituency member of Parliament, Joro, and sometimes we do even locational committee so that we can look for these poor people. Madam PS, I'm interested to understand, do you expect or does your team have a clue that there's a probability for a person qualifying to be band 5, that person can qualify to be band 1? Do you expect that? Mr. Speaker, do they have a room probably for the manual transactions? And I'm asking this question considering that we have so many constituencies, including mine, which is not 100% connected with the matters of electricity. Mr. Speaker, sir, and on that point, let us also remember we have poor children, poor families, who even cannot afford a plate of food. Therefore, even the matters of telephones, smartphones, the computers, the issues of internet, it is still a challenge. Do we have a room for the manual transactions? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, 1 minute. I find it when they give grace period of 1 year, it is not reasonable. Why, Mr. Speaker? In this country, we have brothers and sisters, and even some poor children we have taken to schools with the CDF, who even have finished universities. Even for the last 2 to 3 years, they have not gotten jobs. Therefore, the period grace for 1 year, it is not appropriate.
For 1 year to do what?
I am advising the ministry, Mr. Speaker, sir, to just go and do an adjustment, at least to add it from 1 year to probably 2 to 3 years, so that the people shall have finished the universities. They have not gotten jobs. And this, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking through the experience and what is there today in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okello, avoid the temptation to make a speech. Just ask question.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I also thank you for convening this Kamukunji, which is quite insightful. Honorable Speaker, I've got 2 notable concerns. Number 1 is that even in organizations that aspire to come up with new systems, there's always a test run that is carried out. And there you determine the efficacy levels, but most importantly, it helps you know which direction the whole organization, together the new system, is heading to. Now, all these problems are coming as a result of confusions. From the ministry itself, we have seen cases where they have issued letters, recall letters, issue new letters. So even to them, they are not sure whether this is a system that is going to withstand the test of time, Honorable Speaker. And how I wish, therefore, that instead of killing the past, or rather the traditional system that we have been accustomed to, that they did it in phases, so that we also know exactly what our students will be.
She said they're running purposes.
Yeah, but they have killed the previous one, Honorable Speaker. Now, Honorable Speaker, one thing that must not escape our attention is that for the longest, students have been paying between 22,000 to 53,000 shillings. Now, with a new funding model, the fees escalated to over 400,000 shillings, but it is clothed in some many funding under it, so that people think that they are only paying that deficit, which is between 20,000 to about 53,000, again, Honorable Speaker. But all these are loans. So what the students must brace for, Honorable Speaker, is that upon graduation, they have huge loans to service. I'm afraid some of them may not even get jobs, but even if you are so fortunate to do, prepare yourself to pay back these monies to the government that will be running into 2 million, 3 million, and even more, Honorable Speaker, depending on the course. So how I wish, therefore, Honorable Speaker, that we just adopted the previous payment model together with the accompanying fees that do not necessarily attract these 400,000 shillings that we now see in the fee structures, Honorable Speaker, that will then be transferred to parents and to the beneficiaries at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
And I thank you for the opportunity.
Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving everyone an opportunity to speak. That is the person that you always are. I will be very quick to make comments because most questions have been asked. But Honorable Speaker, allow me to be the devil's advocate here. I want to speak from the point of information. I was at the University of Nairobi yesterday, School of Law, at one of the lecture theaters where they were admitting law students. And Honorable Speaker, I am here to confirm and congratulate University of Nairobi because that's the only place where I went to verify the workability of this system at the ground level. And we had many students who had challenges with fees, application, and they were all gathered in one of the halls. I can report as a member of Parliament for Rangwe constituency, Honorable Speaker, nobody was turned away because of school fees. Very good. As a matter of fact. So I saw that, and I want to thank the system, I want to thank the ministry, but you need to do better. Nobody was turned. I don't know what happened in other universities. I don't know what is going to happen in the ones who are going to be admitted later, but yesterday, no student was turned away because of his. Madam PS, what informs a basic earning of 5,000 and not 2,000 and not 3,000? Where did you get that information from? Number two, why not build hostels for our students, even from the affordable housing scheme? Why not build hostels instead of burdening our students with loan? And this is what depresses young people to the point of committing suicide. Number three, Honorable Speaker.
Three and last.
I am very fast, and I've waited, Honorable Speaker, and I'm your friend.
Everybody else has.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Another matter that is of concern to me, I am really, really worried. If a 1975 model of MTI can be used to get interactions of variables and make decisions, when we have better models, newer models like principal component analysis that can give you interactions of the various. Why did you go for 1975 model? Finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. We do not need as a country, the respect that Kenya gets outside here is more than its measure. We do not need to move from one mathematical model to another one, exchanging models after models after models and depressing parents. What we need to fix education of this country is free education. That is all we require. We do not want to know how you have gone to school and you come up with this model. We are not, mathematics is not for fixing poverty. We want actualization of issues, qua ground. That is all we want. We do not want, Honorable Speaker, nikamaliza kabisa, will not talk again. We do not want to depress young people with burden of loans when they start working. Let them go, look for jobs that we should also provide as a country so that we make Kenya a better place to live in. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mayaka, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Don't
Finally.
emulate your neighbor. Take 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief. Honorable Speaker, I was just looking at the task force report that was shared together with this document. And one of the things that is very apparent is that, number one, there was no pilot done for this system for you to be able to determine the criteria that you're using, because you cannot use a social criteria methodology on informal income earning Kenyans and people in the agricultural sector. That doesn't make sense. Number two, Honorable Speaker, we have a report here that has recommendations and mitigations without any timelines. It just says what doesn't work, but doesn't say when it can be made to work. Number three, Honorable Speaker, when you're using a 1975 model, it's akin to using a Nokia 3310 in the current age. And the way systems and technology is so dynamic, it means that we are not helping our Kenyans. And finally, Honorable Speaker, if you notice one of the task force recommendations here, it actually says that the PWDs cannot be able to use this system. So what happens to children who are PWDs? Do they not go to university? Because there's no solution given here. Thank you. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I just want to suggest...
I thought she said they get special consideration.
This one is a suggestion, Honorable Speaker,
yes,
that will be very helpful to all members, is that the Q&As that we've asked and the responses that we've gotten...
Kihara.
Yes, if you can get that together, and also just do brief videos on X and TikTok for the young people who are the consumers of this, so that they can be able to know.
Seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Jen Kihara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. We are lucky you called this Kamukunji, which has addressed most of the things, but I can say that actually this information was not for us because they are not addressing the clients. I know the PS had a meeting with the student leaders, which did not end very well. I hope by now, from what has come out of this Kamukunji, most of the answers will have been asked. I'll only be able to answer the clients who come to me, like this one here, who sent me a message, and I beg the PS, Madam PS, to answer for me. Dear our MP, I'm a resident of Kayore, Naivasha, next to Chief's office, where I live with my 3 sons in a 2-roomed house where we all share 1 room as a bedroom. I'm seeking your help since my firstborn son was schooling at Kagumo High and attained grade A, where he left huge balance, but the principal was merciful enough to clear for me. My problem is that he is to pursue a degree in dental surgery in Nairobi University. But unfortunately, the government placed him in band 5, where I'm supposed to pay 245,200 in a year. Not forgetting that I'm jobless. I have another kid in Form 3, where I also have a balance of fees. I'm writing this to you, it's because you will find it in your favor, in your heart, to assist me. God bless you. I'm pleading to be placed, even if it is band 2, where I can even get help from friends in case I got stuck. But band 5, there is even no need starting this. So the recipient of this message is not us. I'll be able to get an answer now here. But the actually this information should go to the parents.
We already have the answer.
That's what I'm saying. It should go to the parents, the clients, and the students.
Now tell that parent that you are told in this house, in this meeting, that when the student reports to the university, he goes straight to the desk that has been set up and informs them that he has been placed in the wrong band on the basis of wrong information. Which wrong information? Let me finish for you.
Okay.
Which wrong information was acknowledged by the peers? That they have taken some students from national schools where the fees is high, and they have operated on the presumption that that gives a background of what their parents earn, which is not true. So tell the parent to tell the son, the student, to go and correct
That's
that.
why this Kamukunji is important, because now they'll get to hear from the media and us, but the ministry is not doing anything to communicate to the correct recipients.
Exactly. Thank you, Jen. And media help the country on this. That's why we call you here to help us. Kipchumba Wakili.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for calling us for this Kamkunji so that we can discuss this very important issue. Honorable Speaker, this new funding model heralded a significant shift in policy. Honorable Speaker, going forward, before such a policy is adopted, my proposal is it would be prudent to be brought before the floor of this House to be discussed and members adopt it as a whole. Because, Honorable Speaker, members this report was never brought before the floor of this House so that members could discuss it at that point and understand. Number two, Honorable Speaker, Thomas Fuller said that seeing is believing, but feeling is the truth. Honorable Speaker, I have read through this report. One of the issues that has been raised is that the level of need relies heavily on the information provided by the applicant. Honorable Speaker, why can't the ministry visit the household of these particular students to determine by seeing, by feeling it, so that before the band is, before they are categorized in certain bands, they have visited their household to determine the level of poverty. Some of us, Honorable Speaker, from our community, we take pride in our cows. We take pride in our farms. We take pride in our livestock. Honorable Speaker, it is very hard for a Kalenjin person to tell you that I am poor. So some of these are out of information that is not given correctly because we never, or that they never visited the actual students on the ground. Honorable Speaker, I propose that they form a committee. We did a census in this country, Honorable Speaker, where the households were visited. Honorable Speaker, what stops the ministry from going to, from household to determine the actual need of these students?
Thank you. Parashina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us Kajiado an opportunity also. First of all, I need to appreciate your humility and patience. Since 9 up to now, since 10 up to now, Mr. Speaker, today I salute you. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, the only issue that I really needed to raise, we should not do experimental exercise with our students. This program is getting as it is kicking on. It should have been able to have, as the way Mr. Honorable Kipchumba said, we could have discussed it before now being going for experiment. These are the challenges that people are facing just because of the policy that the ministry has introduced without first of all explaining to the public. Number two is the issue of the, as I told you, as I said, I come from the arid areas. The issue of the bands. Band 1, we could have seen here a proposal that the band 1 should be pure scholarship. I might have been coming from a very poor family, and I'm talking from the people of Kajiado South, and I'm very poor, and I don't have an opportunity to get even the 5,000 or even to anything that I'm supposed to be in any country equating me to 5,000, and I'm left outside. So then my point is, if possible, we introduce the issue of full scholarship, and this full scholarship should be able to take care of me. Maybe if I'm born as from the poor background, I should be given a same opportunity as someone who's getting the other opportunity, who can access the education, rather than if I'm forced to take the 95% loan, that kind of program, then tomorrow the issue of repayment to me becomes also a burden to my life, and even securing an opportunity for jobs become also a challenge. So, if possible, there should be a full scholarship for the students who are categories of very poor, very poor and vulnerable. And even the issue of having 100% should be introduced. My last point is about repayment. When we cleared university, some of us also got the help loan. When we are coming to contest for these seats, we are even told you have to come with a clearance from help loan. And if the way they are saying that a 1 year repayment, that again is not, it's not in the good spirit. There should be repayment. If you are able to connect repayment and employment, it should be the better thing. Many people now are suffering the penalties and everything. You get that you have took a loan of 200,000, now it's going to almost 500,000. For purpose of giving everyone fairness, if I have an opportunity of getting an employment, then my penalties will start there. Not having a penalty for the time I graduate from the university.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mwalio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. We really thank you for calling us to come and discuss about the model of funding the university and our colleges. I want to say that everybody has said about the way the assessment of the income of every parent has been done is not correct. And I say this because one of the Masons that who called me yesterday, he said because his employer has been transferring money through his M-Pesa to buy materials for where he is supervising the employer's building. 200,000 has passed through his M-Pesa, and therefore the assessment has placed him his income as 230,000, which is not true, because the Mason earns maybe 1,500 per day or 2,000, and that translates to 60,000 in a day if he works for 30 days. But now he has been classified in band 5, whereby he cannot be able even to afford to take the student to the university. So that model everybody has talked about should be able to be checked. And if everything is checked, this will be the game changer for educating our students who are needy, because all of them will be able to go to the university.
Thank you. Well done. Oyula.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Speaker, I have only one issue which I've come across, and it's really affecting students in my constituency. That is Butula. There are cases of repeal that have again been rejected, and these students come from very poor background. The cases are rejected because the students were in a national school, and that means they had the ability to pay. So I would want the PS to ask the relevant universities to go up to the family level before the appeals are rejected, because these appeals come from very needy students, and just because we have sponsored them to go to the national schools, the appeals are turned down.
Thank you. Hamala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't think I will repeat what the other honorable members have already raised. I just have a plea to the PS, Honorable Speaker, who happens also to be my sister from my village, that Honorable Lillian gave me some answers because I was really concerned about how the universities will treat the students on arrival. And she told me that Nairobi University, actually she spoke to all of us here just a few minutes ago, that the University of Nairobi was doing a good job by accepting the students because the misplacement that has taken place has brought a confusion on the ground. One of the parents from my village, his name is Stanley Ndeta, the daughter has been placed in band 5, yet I know it's just a struggler in the village. And so the universities should emulate the University of Nairobi so that this can be corrected. The anomalies were, some of them, Honorable Speaker, the students went to the cyber cafes, and because of the internet problems, they left their information with the operators of the cyber cafes, who entered wrong information or just did what I would say uniform information. And therefore, if this will be corrected at the university level, we will appreciate. Thank you.
Yes, Naomi Wako. 1 minute. Just press.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand on behalf of those people who come from the dry areas and desert in this country. And most of the time, even to apply for the form, for the application is very difficult because most of them come from where we do not have even internet. So how, because right now they have been locked out, and how can we make it easier for them to apply? And then number two, we have the issue of IDs. Majority of them do not have their IDs, even as they join universities. It is hard for them to apply and even be accepted.
She said to apply, you use index number.
Index number?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But it's not an excuse not to have an ID.
Yeah.
We must help our children to get IDs.
To get IDs, yes. So how can we make it easier for them to apply? And because their parents don't work, they have nothing, and they have no income, it's quite difficult. How can we make it relevant to them? Thank you.
Last, Ruto. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't make a speech. Yes.
Two issues, Mr. Speaker, which I'm requesting the Minister of Education to address or to attempt an answer, is that there are serious concerns as far as management of our universities is concerned. And what we are addressing at the moment are symptoms of this disease. That, for instance, we have a crisis going on at the moment at the University of Nairobi, where the VC, the Vice Chancellor, is thrown out now and then, and we have seen this several times. Also, Mr. Speaker, the allocation of resources to non-core business of the university, which is research and knowledge, dissemination, they are left with a very low budget, whereas huge budgets are allocated to building of complexes, construction, renovations, and such kind of project within the universities. What is the ministry doing to this effect to ensure the management of our universities are done properly? The universities which have huge real estates, for instance, the University of Nairobi has one of the most prime real estates owned by universities. What is the ministry doing so that we can be able to use our resources in the most prudent manner, most appropriate manner, and we can even have schemes within the universities paying fees for masters and PhD students, not only depending on scholarship from other countries. And
you're done?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Chairman of the committee. Yes, what's your point of order, Mama Dagoretti?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know we have kept you here just to thank you also on the patience you've had on us. Mr. Speaker, I want the ministry to go and look at one thing. The safety of the students. We must relook at the hostel issue and see how we can bring back the hostels back inside the schools, because they have land. You can work together with those who are the private, but lease them inside so that they can be inside the university for safety, Mr. Speaker. And try and paint Nairobi University. Tell them to paint those old buildings that we have seen for many years, and the curtains and everything. Make the university look habitable for the children who have come from the rural, who have never seen something good than them going to Githurai. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Lillian, I want us to wind up. What's your point of order?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I would request your August office, Honorable Speaker, and through your directive, we want to work on facts, Honorable Speaker. Is the ministry, or you should direct the ministry to give us fact on paper of who has been placed on what band per constituency, so that we know, and we also do a follow-up, so that we talk from a point of information.
Thank you.
So that we are not just told by the applicants, but we also have that information, and we also help them follow up. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Meli, I will not invite the PS. All the other interventions have been generic. So I'll invite you as the chair of the committee.
Thank you.
To do a recap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank you more sincerely that we've heard this Kamukunji, and these Kamukunji members have really given their opinions, they have given their questions, they have really ventilated on this, and I think, members, you've done extremely well. If you look at the issues raised by each member, they are actually very particular to particular students, to particular constituencies, and these are the issues affecting the country. And as a Committee of Education, I think, Mr. Speaker, we have competently tried as much as possible to prosecute these issues with the ministry, with the minister, with the PSS, with the funding agencies. But I'm glad that today the issue that we have been pushing over and we've not completed with them is the issue of MTI. I want to thank the member for Angweth, especially by noting that a funding formula is very dynamic. When you bring a 1975 model or a 1990 model to try and use it for 2021, it is a disservice to the nation. And I want to say this, many Kenyans have not known that funding models are being used across, like revenue sharing formulas for KRA or for the Revenue Sharing Commission. The funding formulas need to be changing because of the issues that change in the society. A variable that was well measured about 3 or 5 years ago cannot be applicable today. That's why I want the PS and the agencies to take these issues very clearly, and as a way forward, Mr. Speaker, through your office, they need to give us timelines and dates when these MTIs issues are going to be reviewed per the variables, so that they reflect on the needs on the ground. It is a very good formula. It needs efficiency. It needs accurate data so that people are actually do it. Banks have been using mean testing, especially on loanees. We have been using it in the banks every other time. And when you are applying for loan, for example, 10 million, the banks will review it down to 1 or 2, depending on the variable that you normally sign. 2 is the issue of communication. And I want to really say this. It is not only in education, it is in the whole government sector. Communication is key. And Mr. Speaker, you know very well that when you lack communication, what takes center stage is going to be misinformation, it will be innuendos, it will be rumors, it will be miscommunication. And that's why the ministry needs to take it up. The PS knows it very well that we've been complaining about it, not only even in the university funding, even in CBC. A good system can be destroyed by lack of communication down to the village level. And this, we need to do it both electronically, by way of interpersonal communication through barasas, and even by way of telling it out, even in churches and in barasas. So this is something that the ministry needs to take it up, and we've been pushing them all through. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I just want to really thank the members, especially on collating loans, collating bursaries. If we can collect all bursaries down from the constituency, both public and private, we declare education free in this country. And I want to say this because I've been in discussion with the Budget Office of Parliament, with the Ministry of Education Office, and I think Mr. Masinde was here a few minutes ago. I have done it severally. And we will do this, first of all, develop a paper on how much all the bursaries are, both in government and in private, so that we can see how much can we add the government capitation plus bursaries, and make sure that we issue one statement, no fees charged, not even a shilling, in all public institutions, if that is going to be enough, and see how much we can be increasing it yearly, maybe at 2% based on population, based on inflation, and we can therefore have a very, very easy management of education funding in this country. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, and that's the least one, is that I want to, and we have been saying this to the ministry, let application for funding be together with application for placement. So that when a student is applying for university placement at the end of 4 years, let him or her apply the issue of funding together.
Elachi, you are disturbing the house.
Let the student apply for university placement plus funding conclusively together. So that if there are issues that are raised here, like appeals, like wrong band, it is being addressed as early as January, so that by May, June, those issues of funding and everything else is complete. This issue of applying bursaries or for funding late in the year, 1 month to university admission, is quite not right. And I think that the ministry has to get that. And I think we've told them, let them have one portal where the student is just applying, the last part of it is funding. And when there are complaints, let the complaints be addressed between January, when the results are out, and May, and everything will be okay. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, most sincerely for your patience, and I want to thank members for the very, very good input that you have come in. And I want to ask the ministry, through the PS, kindly take up, I think you have taken enough notes. Please let us see a society where the issues of these members have been addressed and the issues that have been raised are addressed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. PS and your team and members, I want to encourage us that what we have had this morning and this afternoon is very, very important. I call this Kamkunji even as you are on recess because of the issues surrounding this very important process of funding and keeping our children in institutions of learning, particularly universities and other higher institutions. The engagement has been wonderful. PS and your team you have had. I'll direct the clerk to avail to you a transcribed Hansard of these proceedings so that you get to know what each member said, the concerns of the members, the representatives of the people, and encourage you that by the time we resume the House on 17th of September, I will direct the majority leader to invite your minister to this House as a furtherance to this process we have started today. We want to hear from your ministry what you are doing to consolidate the bursary schemes in the country. We have a lot of duplex processes, like we said. I think the chairman has said, many members have said. We have an MCA giving bursaries, an MP giving bursaries, a constituents-based, a women rep are giving bursaries. We have governors giving bursaries. We have your minister giving bursaries. We have banks making their own interventions, and so on and so forth. All these are public resources. If you pull them together, it will not be beyond anybody's imagination to have free education in this country up to university level. Because those duplex activities are just eating away public funds. And schools are competing, which MCA is giving money, which MP is giving money. Put that money together, bring us a report after we resume, and let's see what other interventions the House of Parliament and the executive can collaborate to help the people of Kenya. Because listening to everybody here appears, you can hear the data you are using may be correct because it's self-generated, but people are not properly informed. If you know our communities, people have got the fear of declaring themselves poor even when they are. So they end up putting in information that gives a falsehood that you have some wealth which you don't have. And that social shame about poverty is real. So continue having those desks, continue appraising these processes. A good idea can always give way to a better idea. Let's take this as work in progress. And let's have your ministry, led by the minister himself, come here when we resume. Merely ensure, as the chair of the committee, that the Hansard is transcribed and passed on to them so that they can follow. Vice Chancellor who was here, many members came to me agitated that Vice Chancellors, you're also engaging a bit of a reverse gear on this process because it's taking away some of your privileges of making money for your universities. I don't know if it is true. But it is not about one Vice Chancellor or one PS, it's about all of us. Let's get together and get things done and done properly. Lastly, as a ministry and indeed as the whole government, please invest time and a bit of resources in public communication. The public is not being informed enough of the good things that you are doing behind closed doors. Until you came here today, some of these things were strange to everybody. Members didn't know, others have picked up from what others said, from what you said, to ask very informed questions. So try and put some energy, some resources, and some industry in public communication. Let the public know what you are doing. Let the public get to understand and appreciate what you are doing. Thank you very much. Enjoy your vacation. The Kamkunji is now adjourned, and we may now take our leave.
Thank you, dear. Yeah, thank you. Asante. Yeah, asante. Asante. Thank you. Hey.
My sis. Now we have understood. So you want citizens. In fact, he went to boarding, private, primary boarding, private secondary. That's student. Yes. From the English, can you? Yeah, I thought so. That family. I thought so. You see, there are people who go to. I thought so. Say hello. How are you? Fine, thank you. People who go to private schools and they are sponsored into private schools. Yes. Yeah. By NGOs, by whatever. I can also find a very, very bright student. I sponsor them into a private school. So it cannot be an indicator. No, we actually have an option there of saying, well, this is supported. So I think maybe they think if they say they are supported, they will then not support because they have support. They fear. But that is, we want to determine whether actually they. But also it is good to see, because Kenyans, we are very dishonest. But another thing you can do is civic education. You can organize the ministry to be going through high schools so that our young people can be well educated. Ili wajue that they need to do 1, 2, 3 things. Yeah. In every university, have like if it's Nairobi University, before they will have a joint. Now somebody needs to go to the hall to take them through. Yes. at the universities. You can do it at the universities. When they are doing their orientations. Yeah. You see what we have done here. University of Nairobi, School of Law, they are doing their orientation tomorrow. So this information you should go all there. The students, all the administrators, everybody. Yeah. Then we find a team, whoever you're going to send there. And then you should explain also have information. But you did well. You did very well. You can see. Oh, interesting. Now, okay. I'll look for you. No, that's it. I'm not you know, these lawyers have a very good liking for me. Exactly. You fit in. He has been treating many people forward. My husband is a medical doctor. I could recognize. He's a fine. He's top notch. Yes. What you need to do. Yes. Another thing that you must do. Education system has the best.
Hana jina la kizungu kabisa. Hana jina la kizungu.
Labda konalo atatuambia.
Atatueleza mwenyewe.
Leo tuta-unmask kile kitu. Anaitwa Morara Kebaso, wakili. Wakenya hamjambo.
Wakenya hamjambo.
Msalimiane namna hii.
Sasa hapa Radio Maisha. Hapa vile vile. Nilikuwa tayari nimeweka mpango ya 6.5 billion. Lakini hawa wakaleta kisirani. Hiyo mpango ikaanguka. Sasa nitaweka mpango ingine. Katika hii finance bill inakuja. Nitazungumza na huyu mjumbe wenu. Na huyo bwana Chris.
Kabisa.
Sasa nitaweka pesa ingine ya hawa mama mboga.
Huyu mjumbe wetu anaitwa Hani Njogu. Zungumza na yeye.
Na hawa watu makanga. Na hawa vinyozi. Na wale wabeba. Ili hawa wote waweze kukopa deni ya serikali bila interest. Waweze kujiinua. Sijui kama tunaelewana.
Tunaelewana rais.
Tuko pamoja. Ni watu wa Radio Maisha mnasemaje?
Tuko mbele pamoja.
Situpange hii kazi.
Tupange.
Tulete kila mtu katika serikali yetu. Hii serikali ya makabila hii. Ili kila mmoja aweze kuwa kutoka kona yote ya Kenya awe ndani ya serikali. Mimi nimesema hivi. Na nitarudia nikiwa hapa Radio Maisha. Sasa sisi wote hatutaki siasa ya maandamano. Hatutaki siasa ya fujo. Mimi nitaongea na hawa bishop na hawa intercessors ili waombe Kenya yetu. Ili tuwe na amani.
Utaleta bishop waje kutoka nchi za kigeni. Karibu sana.
Wakili Morara Kebaso, karibu sana.
Jina lako kwa kizungu nini?
Naitwa David.
Oh, au ipendi hiyo.
Civic education every day. Let us be very, very candid. Let us package our information in a way that it gets to everyone correctly, well. And that is the way that we are going to educate as many people as possible. As I yield, as I've said from the start, this is an era of information, and information comes with information warfare. When it gets to that level, don't shy away from using that. We've seen it has worked for us before. You remember the time we were doing Aura for Aura. It worked, even though sometimes there are times when information can also do serious damages. But it is part of what we are fighting. So let us continue to encourage each other. Let us continue doing these things. This is just where Kenya should be right now. We are setting the pace. This is the pace that we are supposed to go with. So thank you very much for giving me the mic. So I yield.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, the real Joe. Sorry for the wait, but yeah, you're right. I think we need to just appreciate the knowledge that we can actually get from our elders in quotes. And even in the comments here, I see that Professor Kivuda has said, I hear him Kenya Daima, no hustle. I am ready to do what he's asking, together with the other people from my generation. Your struggle is just. You are the generation which will change Kenya and Africa. Kudos. So kudos to us, guys. We're not there yet, but at least we can see that we're making steps towards it. So I want to go to what? Oh, Kenyan has gone. He was here before. Anyways, I'll go to Dr. Majus. Sorry, I know I say you're next. Yeah, Dr. Majus, please go ahead.
Thank you, Binti. Thank you, host KOT. And I want to thank everyone who has joined this space. I didn't want to talk today, but somebody talked here that forced me to talk. First, let me start by appreciating every good work that you people are doing. Thank you very much, KOT, for the effort you are making. I saw those your videos. They are very much impressive. And it's come out very clear that you are making a very good step. Guys, me, what I want to request is one, and if in case I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. Somebody talked here, I think, someone who was talking much about what Raila has done and etc. Our focus, just like KOT said, that when he was in Mombasa, he concentrated on the bad governance. The police were there, the KDF were there, and he was not mentioning anybody's name. I think that one will sell our motive, will sell our agenda, and we will go far. This guy, so-called Raila, I earlier said that let's thank God that he is walking away. The guy is moving. We really understand and feel the pain of what we have gone through, our brethren that we have lost. And when we keep on accusing these people, today in the morning I was in an X-Space of people from Luo-Nyanza. I think Dennis was there and somebody called Riak. I've seen just Riak here. Riaks. The people are complaining that in every space that the Luos join, there is some accusation of Ruto visiting that area and there is welcoming. Not everyone is welcoming Ruto, and there are people that you cannot stop them. Our youths are very much angry. There is a lot of poverty in our country. And whenever you offer them even 100 shillings, I saw it, I witnessed that they were being given 50 bob and they could join these places and washangilie president ni kama unadhani wamepata 1,000. And to some extent, when I was taking this civic education, some of us, we won't air them, the videos, because we work with the government. I can't resign at this point because I feed my family. And I have to do this because for the better future of the next generation, for the youths that are here who have not have a good life as we expect, we need to send this bad governance away. So we have to do that. And the people are saying that now that they have some few ministers, they have no choice but to support the government. The government is now good. But the question was to them like, how? Have we ever had these ministers before? We were having these ministers before, but there was no change in litmus paper. The minister doesn't have any allocation that he will come directly and put it in your head and or do something. So for the economy of this country to change, we must have a good president. We must have good people in the parliament. So whenever this lady called Tyrus, when she was speaking, I think it was yesterday, and it's all over in the Twitter, people are complaining of her accusing the Luo nation. So whenever you go out to try and do this civic education, we get it tough as from the the Luo nation ends here. I mean, Migori physically have been trying to do 1, 2, 3. So it's like hao watu wametoka tu kututusi. I want to tell you that all these politicians, including the ones that we have been hosting in this space, they have done dirty things. I don't want to call names because you people, you understand. Kibuta Kibwana is here, can advise is I'm talking wrong. When ukiangalia tu penye hizi maneno zilianzia, all these people have done wrong things. People have died from Luo Nation, great people. And I want to tell you, these our giants, politicians, they used to charge youths by using these people who died. Whenever they mention the name of the people who are killed with the government, people will charge and they will feel like it is them versus us. So I don't think it is high time that we come out and mention. Somebody came here and said that Raila killed sijui Msando, sijui nani. It is a bit tricky. Let us bury this and we focus with our agenda why we feel there is bad governance, and we focus on the bad governance. We move on is when we can change the mind of these people. There is another giant of tribalism. When we keep on calling this, we will not defeat the tribalism issue that we were not having before. Remember, before all these things, we were united, we were partyless, we were tribeless. So for us to bury that, let's forget about all those things and we focus on the bad governance so that we can move on. Even us from the areas that we are coming from, we get it easy to do civic education, to campaign, to vie against these parties that you people are talking about, e.g. like ODM. These are parties that are very strong in our areas. If I want to vie against those parties, I must find something that I can sell to these people, and I must talk of something that is not tribalism, that is not accusing anyone, unless I'm accusing somebody who has done something wrong towards the bad governance. And I want to tell you, the so-called Raila is not in the government. I'm finishing. He's not in the government as we speak. There is no place in the constitution, so-called opposition. It is not there. Now he's going to AU. AU is none of our business. It is a business of Africa. Someone was asking where is the money this guy is using to campaign. How many things are we going to fight, and how many wars are we going to win? So I'm just begging, if there is any other way that we can handle our matters in a manner that we don't build more enemies, kindly let's do so. I stand to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Majus, for your sentiments. Yeah, let's just keep the fire burning. That's all I can say for now. So, Betros or Betros? Betros? Hi.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
100%. Go ahead. Good evening.
Yes. Thank you for this platform, Dr. Maju. I'm also from Migori County, and I was also in that meeting we had in the morning. So I'm very surprised with our people. In fact, I'm very disappointed. When we're talking of civic education, we must have a framework. The people we should be having people we are targeting, especially the illiterate. You know, according to the research, almost 71% of the Kenyan population doesn't understand themselves. They are just there. The politician will come buy them with as low as cheap as 50 shillings, and they will vote for him regardless of the trait or the character of this person. So long as he has money, people will vote for him. So I think we should be having the target group. This border, there are so many, but they are very ignorant. Imagine 71% of the population doesn't understand anything. So we only the leads. So the leads are only 29. Imagine that population, and you want us to change this country to 2027. Do you think we are going to achieve anything? No, we are not going to achieve anything because there's nothing. 71 against 29. That is a larger fraction. So people our people really forget. I'm Aluv. I also hail from Migori County, but how people were behaving there, I was on the ground. People were imported from as far as the size of TZ to come to the rally and do those things you are seeing on social media. So the problem is people are, it is poverty. People are they can cling for anything because they are poor. So they will not be reasoning like elites with their head. So I don't know how we'll maneuver with this kind of mindset. Because imagine at my ward, I represented my papers for the nomination, ODM nomination. Imagine someone, a form two dropout, was given the certificate of ODM, and is the current MCA. Imagine, is the current MCA, and us with all our papers, with our good grades, we are just here languishing in these streets. So we should be having a framework so that we can fight this political illiteracy, targeting especially our mothers. There are so many, but they have influence. So I think we should be, if we can empower them through empowering, then we conduct our civil education, we can go far. Again, we need we need a guidance from our elders. I'm here. I'm very happy with Prof. Prof is someone who is an intellect, and he has a lot of wisdom in his head. So we should be looking up to such like people so that they can give us guidance. Uh, so long as we have the guidance, we'll go far. We have to do. In fact, we should narrow this 71%. The illiterates, they don't know what is happening. This thing we are doing outside, they don't know. So we should narrow this 71%. At least we can let us make it to be something to be 30 or 40. Because if you go this way, same the more the things change, the more they remain the same. So we need a framework, and it is urgent. And that's my submission today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Boutros, for your submission. Um, we're talking about civic education and just how to keep it going and what we are actually currently doing. So, Nonini, actually not evening, good afternoon. I can see you there in the listeners panel. Just know that later on I will call you to come here and introduce our anthem, our first or second, whichever one you want to call it, anthem. Same way Kyoti did to you. Just be ready later on. Anyways, for now, I would like to go to Munesto 20 and then Sankara. Guys, please keep requesting mic. We can see that you're here. We want to hear your opinions. Please speak to us. Civic Education Mashinani. Munesto, good evening.
Good evening. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much for this platform and for giving us an opportunity and for the good work that KOT is doing. And this is the way now to go because Ambato is one from a very single step that a person takes. I'm from Meru, where we are in chaos now. So these political leaders yesterday turning a generation to each other. I think there's only civic education that can help us now. I was asking two guys that were fighting yesterday. They are young guys. Some of them were fighting for the governor. Others were fighting for the MCAs. So I was asking them, what is the benefit of us going to the street to agitate for good governance, and then you start fighting each other yesterday, and we saw a student fainting because of the tear gas in Meru yesterday, which is a very unfortunate situation. So we have lost a school in my ward. We have lost a school because of the bad governance. There was a conflict between the county government and the Catholic the Catholic Church. They built the school in the land that the governor was claiming it was a county land. I'm a parent there, so I am in pain because it is due to bad government. Our students now are not in school. Personally, my daughter is not in school because of bad governance, whereby they could agree with the church to retain, because that school was carrying more than 1,200 students. 1,200 students. And therefore, now you look at the situation made yesterday, it is no longer bad governance. These political leaders now are making these young people to fight each other. There is a group that is supporting the governor. There is a group that is supporting the county assembly. And in the midst of that fight now, we are losing it, even in Meru. So I support KOT when we say civic education is very, very important. Not especially to us that are in this platform, but let us go now. We trickle down to these villages, because we may be losing a country because people have not been taught why we are going out to the street. So I am really in support of this, and I hope we shall win these battles, because it is not about us versus them. It is about the corruption in the country. It is about the tribalism. It is about now. It has even not now. It has trickled down to the villages. They want us to raise to rise against this community, against this community, this language, against this language. That is what is happening in our Meru County. And this civic education will help us a lot. And everywhere we go, let us talk. I was in Kenyozi today. I was talking to few people, and I was telling them we are losing a county because of simple politics. And I was trying to encourage them. Let us put governor aside, the county government aside, because these people have their own interest. And we were agreeing where I was that both group have failed the people of Meru, and therefore, when I hear this kind of platform where we are by agitating, let those young people who want political seat come out, so that right now, when for example in our country we say Kawira has gone, the people who are coming are the same old people. They are Munya people, the Munya people, the Kraito people. So because this generation, we need to come out like this platform that we are saying. Let those that have leadership qualities, those educated people and have leadership qualities, and they want these political seats, let them as early as now tell us, I can stand for this, I can vie for this, I can vie for this, so that we may have a direction. Otherwise, thank you very much for this platform. Thank you very much.
Always welcome, always welcome. Thank you very much for your sentiments. And if you guys look on the Jumbotron, you see the KOT has posted the link for the PDF from Kivuda Kibwana on how to do civic education. So if you want to read it, then please go ahead, look at the Jumbotron link, and yeah. So for now, I want to go to Sankara. Sankara, good evening. Then after that, I'll come to you, Dennis Shege. I hope you're here. So Sankara, good evening.
Good evening, Pint Africa and the KOT and all the other comrades. Mine is just to, first and foremost, KOT, thank you so much. You are doing a good job. You said this, and for sure, imefika. I've already downloaded the link, and for me, I think it's coming at the right time. I'm from Nyamira County. I think yesterday I told you we have petitioned the IPC. We want to suspend and call off our Nyamira County government, because for sure it's a wastage of resources and nothing is happening on the ground. It's the same like what my immediate Cora from Meru has said, that they're having a problem and they're losing a county to Kiona. So this one has come at the right time. I'll go through it. I've shared it with my 1 or 2 guys whom we are working on this. I stay in Eldoret, but I've decided for this one, I will relocate back to the village, and I want to go from every household so that we educate our people. Yeah, whatever has been said about 70% of our people don't understand anything new kweli. That means out of 10 people, 7 of them don't understand what's happened. They're waiting for these political morons to come and buy them with the 50 shillings. Na tunawaweka pale. So it's upon us. This is a good start. We only need to have a framework where we need to start. We need to have coordination on what should be done and at what time. And if it can be all over that we are doing the same thing, leo tunasema we are going for this, let's try to see it. Then we have a means on how we will be monitoring and evaluating what is happening and what is the effect on it. So that tuone. If it's targeting these 7 people, unasema mimi, like Mimi Sankar, I'm going to make sure I've converted 4 of these people so that they can understand what is happening. And kindly, the host, you can allow me to ask this to Prof. Prof, kwanza, asanti sana. Congratulations, you are one guy umesimama na sisi since we started this thing. I've been seeing you. Na unakuja unatulia. Hakuna hilo unasukuma tunataka kuongea. But this one I want to ask you kindly. On the issue of suspending the county, I've gone through the constitution, but there's somewhere I feel like it's very silent. I don't know if you would be given time to respond over this, about the senator and the women rep. Because these guys, their jurisdiction is the county. If it's being suspended, are they affected? The women rep and the Senate? Because I do understand the other, the governor and his government, the MCAs, those ones would be affected. And if it's being done to its fullness, what is the time period? The commission, whoever will be taking care, what is the time frame they are given so that now we can go and have a new government? Those are 2 questions to Prof. If you would be given time kindly to respond on this. And then to the team, I want to encourage everybody. That we are doing a good job. And let's move out of whatever is being discussed here on the space. Can we move and talk to 1 or 2 people, wherever you are? Like the guys who are doing it in our matatus, in the markets, wherever you are, in the Kinyonsi, go back to the village, sa hilo umepatikana pale, call people, talk to them, explain them. Because whatever we are doing is not unconstitutional. It's something that we want to tell our people. Leadership has direct impact on your life. Like now we are really suffering because we went for the worst in the community to be our leaders. We went for the demagogues. People who don't understand, people don't care what is happening to us. That's why we are really suffering. So if we can tell people that direct leadership has direct impact on you, they might start understanding that this thing, for sure, we need to have people who have our interest, not their interest. And at that point in time, we will start changing. Civic education is a continuous exercise. Yeah? Prof, I've been following you. Hata nikiwa mdogo, I used to follow you because you have been on this for long, the civic education. And I can assure you that if we take it up, now this is a game of the mind. Isio ile street tulienda, wakatuchapa, wakatua with our taxes. On this one is a game of the brains. I don't know if they have it, so that they can count us back. They might be having the resources, they might be having the structures, they might be having the networks, but if we stand to what is happening, if we support our own, Kioti what is doing that tunasema sasa hapa ndio tuko, my friend, we will make a change. Every move we will be making will be on a positive note to our final and ultimate goal ile tuko nayo. Let's bring our people on board. On the same Kioti, this one I'm asking on you and Pint Africa, is it possible that after we discuss this, we have an evaluation meeting? Then when we're coming next, let's first evaluate whatever we discussed. Guys, we agreed on this. Have we implemented? Where are we? How many people have gone to the people? How many people have you talked about this? I've gone to the ground, sorry. And how many people have you talked? What was the response? Tusikwe tunaongea, like if we go back since we started this movement, we have talked a number of things, but then hakuna ile follow-up, what we call M&E, monitoring and evaluation. So that we do that, ndio tujue. I can be given an opportunity, I give from Nyamira County, I've done 1, 2, 3. These are the challenges in Nilipata. How can you help me so that next nikienda, I will know how to handle that. That way, tutakuwa tuna make the impact. Like for now, this is my request, it's my humble request, that we have a framework. One, it's good, Kioti, you have shared your link here, Prof. I've already, like me, download, share all those to my guys. We go through it. We have a framework, this is where we need to start, guys. This is how we are going to move. Yeah? And after this, can we come back and give a feedback on the same? Ndio iweze kutusaidia. Otherwise, we are doing a good job. Mungu atubariki. And now you can see, from the multitude ile tulikuwa nayo, you can see the people who are remaining. Yeah. We started from day one, we were in the streets, vitu zikaenda vile zilienda, hatujakufa roho. We are still on. Now, if you look at this, these are the people who are going to make changes in every corner of this country. Yeah. Yesterday I was talking about structures. Right now we are getting out of it to corridors. Yeah. There are people here. Hata tukiulizwa sasa tutasema so and so and so, nyinyi kaa hapo sasa, nyinyi ndio viongozi wetu. Kioti, Pint Africa, nyinyi ni viongozi wetu. Sisi tuko hapa chini, hatujafika hiyo level nyinyi pale mmefika. So we need to give you your responsibilities and support you from the ground. That way, with that structure, with the structures, guys, we will be there. Like now, I'm suggesting this. At the county levels, we need to start having coordinators. At the national level, nyinyi muko, where we will be having you guys, nyinyi ndio mna to guide. But at the county levels, we need to have coordinators. We move down to our constituents, the smallest, whatever should be our wards, where we need to have those coordinators, so that everything is, or anything which is discussed on the space can be transmitted to the final consumer. Final consumer ni wale watu wako huko village who don't understand anything. They are not on space. For them, they depend on the old means of communication. We can now start incorporating our old means of communication, our local, to local radio stations, where we go and explain in our local languages. Niliona Mau Mau was translating the constitution into our local language. That is a very nice and clear way of doing things, so that we have it in our local language. Wakati unaenda unaongea na mtu mnasoma, mnaongea ile lugha anaelewa, at that point mtakuwa mnaelewa the same language. Lakini sasa tukienda kuongea Kisungu, Kiswahili, wanasema angalia hawa chenzi, ni nini ananielezea? But tukiongea ile lugha ya nyumbani yangu Kikisii, huyu mtu tutasikizana na yeye, na we can argue, and at the end of the day we will have a very clear way forward. Kindly, Kioti, Pint Africa, I don't know if Prof can be given an opportunity so that he can respond on the issue of suspension of the county. Because like him, he had that challenge. When he came, the first time he was the governor, in fact, the first 2 years, hakuna kazi ilifanyika huko kwake. The councillors were fighting him. At the point, alisimama akawaambia, now I'm calling for this county to be dissolved. Ndio wakastuka kidogo, kumbe kitu inafanyika. Because I'm very sure wako wanajua hivyo. Wakati alisema hivyo na even he went to the president, ndio wakatulia, wakuja wakaongea, kazi ikaanza kufanyika. So I know he is a man who has knowledge, he is a man who can guide us, and we want to appreciate you, Prof, in a very special way, because umesimama na sisi, and for sure we can see it. Thank you so much, Kioti, what you are doing. Pint Africa, endelea hivyo hivyo. Wale wote the big boys and girls, yeah? Continue the good work. Now I know God is going to reward you handsomely at the right time. For now, I think I can afford 100 shillings ya airtime. Hiyo namba yako weka hapo tukununulie hiyo data ya hold these spaces. Otherwise, barikiwa sana na Mungu awabariki na Mungu apariki Kenya.
Asante sana Sankara. Thank you very much for your sentiments. By the way, Professor Kivuda, I've sent you the mic. If you'd like to come up, please just feel free to click the mic on the bottom left of your screen. You're more than welcome to come and speak to us. You hear that you're a very hot topic today, so you're more than welcome. For now, I'd like to go to I think it was Dennis Chega. Dennis Chega, good evening. Can you hear me? Dennis Chega, hi. Okay, sawa. So Sam Mokaya, I can see your hand is up. Good evening. The Duke of Community, Mike.
Someone is speaking.
The Duke, please mute your mic.
Thank you so much, Bint Africa, for.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Someone is.
KOT, how come when I meet people, I can still hear people speaking?
Several of them besides maybe the most surprising, the sending out on loan on Alberto Marie, especially with Valencia looking a little bit vulnerable in terms of striking. They brought on Alberto Marie late on against Athletic Club to try and get more chances.
Whoever's speaking, please, whoever's mic is unmuted. Right now. Who is that?
Nearest on the bench today, so now
can you see
Andrea Payas is coming. You see now the cross here from Riota.
Okay, thank you. Whoever that was, please just keep your mic muted. When you come on the speakers panel, just respect everybody, please. We also want to hear everybody speaking. So, for now, we will go to who had I said before? I even forgot who I said. But I can see that we have Professor Kivuda Kibwana on the speakers panel. So I'll give you a chance first to just speak to us because it's been a very hot topic throughout this whole session. So, Professor, please go ahead, speak to us.
Thank you very much, Binti and the court and all these heroes and heroines who are wanting to make our country better. I just wanted actually to listen more than to be able to, because it's good, first of all, to listen, because even if, as you ask, you want some of us who have been there before to offer some advice, we can't do that before listening in and really knowing what is it that we could do which would be helpful. But I like the fact that even after the street demonstrations, and I'm not saying that they have ended, but the struggle has now taken another form, and it is multifaceted. It has so many parts to it. It has so many strategies to it. And it is like, if one can use this phrase, it is like political guerrilla warfare. I'm not talking about armed guerrilla warfare, but political, because when you attack from different positions, whether it is going to the SGR, whether it is going to the to the village, whether it is going to the Kinyozi and talking to people in the Kinyozi, whether it is diaspora, injecting from there. I think this is something that didn't happen before. The struggles tended to be very focused on one particular broad strategy, and therefore I commend you and all these young people who are going, all over the place, talking to people, even when the resources are not as much as they should be, what Akina Morara are doing. And so this is very, very important. And I think as I've listened to this conversation, this thing of negative ethnicity, tribalism, it's something that must be fought tooth and nail, because after you guys said you are tribeless and ethnicity should not be used, there is now a reconstruction of it by the political class, because that's where they are home at, and that's what they use to, if I can also use this word, to stupefy our people. And I think in terms of this civic education that you are embarking on, I think it is something that, and I think this is happening because I have seen other spaces where in Nakuru, where in Nyandarua, where in each county there is an X space. There, in many counties there are X spaces, and that should be continued, because that's where you are able to get the people who will now also inject up to the village level. That's where you build the ideas together, and that's where you concretize what are the messages, what are the strategies, and so on and so forth. There's a place where I said there are 1,450, and I think there is somewhere else where I saw that the villages in Kenya, where there's a village elder, there are over 100,000. So the idea is to really go as deep within the country as possible, and actually at some point see the possibility of getting to households, and that is why I can't talk about some of the strategies that we use now, because that requires some other time, and we have written a little in that small booklet which was done a long time ago, and it needs to be reviewed in terms of how technology now is impacting on civic education. And I believe that if you guys, and with whatever assistance you need from us, advisory assistance, if you're able to kill negative ethnicity, even as somebody said, from 70% to 30% or less, if this business of handout is also dealt with, so that as you talk to the people, you ask them, if these guys come to you and say that it's our ethnic group, like the 5 years, how will your life have improved? And you believe, therefore, that these formulations translate into the improvement in your life, so that there is like shock therapy. But those are details that we can discuss with other people at some appropriate point. And I like what you have said, that we are there to help you. Like in the 90s, through civil societies, we did a lot of civic education, and we have some knowledge about that. But you have also knowledge about civic education, political education, in this era of technology. So those two can be merged, and they are helpful. And I am ready, all those people, Akena Willie, all those people, I'm sure, Akena Omtata, I'm sure, Akena, all those people who, like somebody said, people know government, people who can say this is what happens and all that, can be helpful. And I like the idea you have proposed of young people now who, because when you say corruption must go, when you say the bad leaders must go, then who will replace them? And it means that you must replace them. And actually, there is somewhere where I said, I wish in the next, whatever we have elections, I wish that at least, at the very least, half of the people in the county assemblies, people in the parliament, people in the executives, both national and county, they can be Gen Zs and Gen Ys. And this is not a dream, because if there is good strategy, it is something that can happen. And around the world, people are becoming MPs, like in UK at 20s, in European countries, people are becoming even prime ministers in their 30s. Obama became a senator at 45 and later president. So this idea that young people cannot take over, it is a wrong. Baki, kina Matiba, kina Michuki, at independence, they were permanent secretaries, they were ministers in their 30s. Kina Dedan Kimathi were fighting, leading the war for independence, some in their 20s, others in their 30s. So what you are doing is right. It is vindicated by, and so what I have said in another space is we should even make a young leadership mentorship program, so that we can go through what do you do when you are vying, what is required, and all that, and we can go through all those to be able to assist those who must vie for these positions. And just finally, Court, to answer, and Binti to answer the question by Sankara, I have within the section for writing some messages, I have said which are the relevant constitutional, the part in the Constitution and in the County Government Act, and I have no problem discussing with Sankara offline what happened in Makueni, so that can be helpful in that situation. And I appreciate what Kenya Daima has said. We knew that you wanted, first of all, to do your imprint and to say that this new force has arrived. These young people don't want, they want to say, why is it that they are very angry? Like even that, the person who said that it is important to come up with things that people will understand. Like if you tell parents, in all the places, in all our wards and all that, the young people are so many. These young people are not employed. They have not been employed. They keep on even asking money from you and doing stuff like that. So we want now a system where these people will be employed. That will resonate. So looking for those, and I'm sure that is something that will happen. And so we knew that you wanted, first of all, to formulate, and that is completely in order. And even as people come to advise you, let them do that on your terms, so that what you have started continues to its fruition. Thank you very much. I am, ready, and with others whom you will identify, we are ready at any moment to have a sit down and to share as you want us to share. So thank you, Court. Thank you, Binti. Thank you, everybody who is in this space. You are doing great, and God bless your initiative, and God make you midwife a better Kenya for everybody. Asanteni.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for even coming up here and speaking to us. We will take all your sentiments into account. Sankara, I don't know if you're still here. I can't see you, but I hope that you heard your reply that Professor Kivuda is very ready to speak to you in your DMs and speak to you about your queries. So thank you very much. We appreciate your time as well. If you'd like to just stay here in case you get other questions, because it seems to be a very hot topic today, please go ahead and stay up here. For now, I'd like to go to Dennis Shege. I know you've been here for a while. We couldn't get you before. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Thank you very much, KOT, Binti Africa, and the rest. Prof, I recognize you. I'm glad to be here to share with you my sentiments on civic education mashinani, because I come from Nakuru County, and we also started hosting our Twitter spaces every Friday to discuss matters in Nakuru County on accountability, respect for the Constitution, and all, and basically good governance. And it's been very good. And I just want to encourage every one of you. You don't have to wait for someone to come and do it for you. Just begin from wherever you are. That's how we began in Nakuru County. We have 11 constituencies. So we scouted for one member from every constituency who we coordinate and transmit information through WhatsApp and other communication media platforms, and that's how we reach out to them, and they join our spaces. We record them, and we have also started translating some of the topics and discussions we have to different dialect in Nakuru County. So I just want to encourage all of you that let us do this in whatever way. There is no proper way. There is no written syllabus for us to follow on this. Let us just do this in whatever language, whatever way, whatever media that the people will understand. Let us pass the information out there, because we suffer a lot out of misinformation, and that's why we sell our right to effective change through our ballot by selling our votes to politicians. And now they are cornered. They know they are. We just need to keep this conversation going. And I'm glad that Prof has committed to guide some of us who are doing this civic education mashinani. We need to be guided on a few things. There's a lot of information we need to be, that needs to be available to us for us to be able to give out accurate information as well, because we don't want to be seen to be becoming tools of campaign tools, ideally. And you know what happens is that as the more and more this speaks, politicians are waiting to pounce on us. They are going to try to buy us and to use these platforms as well for their benefit. So let us just make sure that we give them the blackout they deserve. Let us not discuss politicians. I don't see the need of discussing somebody like Raila Odinga. We wish him well. He's going to the AUC. I think he's better off if he's just not around us, because we cannot do this as we keep looking back. They fought for the second liberation. We appreciate them. We love them. This is our time for our third liberation, and we have to do it without looking back. Let us just go on, and the only tool we have is civic education mashinani, na kila mtu achukue kura. So I wish all of you all the best as we continue doing this, as we keep the conversation going. Let us keep asking people to join Twitter and these other spaces as well. A lot of people are doing TikTok videos as well, which is very, very encouraging, and let us support them as well. Sometimes it comes with a cost. A lot of people don't understand that sometimes sending flyers, shooting these videos, editing, it comes with a cost, but tujikaze, pole pole, we will get there, and I'm sure with the guidance of Prof here atatuonyesha njia ya kutafuta chapa kidogo ya kuweza kuwezesha hii civic education iweze kuendelea kabisa. Nonini, I can see you na recognize. Asante sana for your mziki. We are really enraged. Tumekasirika. Thank you for honoring our departed soldiers. We wish you all the best as well. And we have a lot of other local artists, youth amongst us, huku mashinani. They need to be promoted. They do spoken word. They sing, they dance, and we can use all this medium to do civic education. And I think let us keep this conversation going. I'm glad to be here. Asanteni sana and good evening.
Okay. Thank you so much, Denise. So I wanted to anybody from the speakers panel who has a question to Prof. I think do we have anybody with a question?
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah. Okay. Go on. Sam?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Keochi, for the opportunity. Now, Professor was was a very active member when we were coming up with the new constitution that we have now, the Constitution 2010. The aspiration behind a country having a new constitution was to revamp our governance. Then we revamp our economic situation because the economy at that time was dwindling. And then we had to come up with a model that was working for everybody in our country. Then my question is, when coming up with the 47 counties, what was the consideration? Was it economic? Was it cultural? Was it political? And what was the purpose of the committee of experts that they were to consider several factors so that we can have counties, for example, that were economically viable? I mean, how did we end up with 47 counties that are very expensive to run? How did we end up having so many constituencies that we cannot even run with a very small population? Kenya, we are not that many. How did we end up with this overpopulation? Is there a way that we can restructure that? Because honestly speaking, it's not working. Thank you. And maybe that is a question, maybe I can have my contribution later on towards other things, but that is a question to Prof.
Okay. Prof, would you like to answer the question, or you want to take a few, then you'll answer them at once?
Maybe a few, and then I will ask afterwards to be released. Even my tablet is at 8.
Oh, then let us have maybe one or two questions. Any person from the audience, or I mean from the speakers panel, with a question? Just raise up your hand. Or Botros, I can see your mic is open.
Yes, Prof. Thank you for that overview. My question is very simple. Like, I think the evolution has refused to work. I don't know it has refused or it is us, the people who has make it to be stagnant because it has failed. So can anything be done now that it has failed? Thank you.
Okay. Any last question? Just a minute, Binti. Any last question? I suspect we have no more questions. So, Prof, you'll just answer those two, then you can give us your blessing.
Let me ask one KOT.
Okay.
I'm wondering whether to ask this, but let me just ask direct to the Prof. Prof, I wanted just to ask. I've heard people talking about doing away with the county government, how they were formed, the reason why they were formed. They are talking about it is too difficult to run these county governments and the constituencies. There are many. Is it true, Prof, with the experience that you have? Because I don't believe so. Second, I just want to ask you, what is the process of adding more funds to the county government? What Raila was just talking about when he was still a strong opposition leader, of raising the bar from 15% to 45%, so that we can get everything that we want at the grassroots level, whereby you don't need to walk all the way from your Ushago, where people like us who are very far away from Nairobi. My home, for you to travel from my home to Nairobi, it will take you the whole 12 hours. So that you don't go and look for job in Nairobi where you don't have a house, you don't know where you are going to sleep. You have it at the county level. What will it take? Which process do we have to follow for us to increase this kind of funds from 15% to 45%. Thank you, Prof.
Just a minute, please. I want to build on my question. I know Prof will want to answer to this, but my question was the original costing of running a county, for example, because you have a county, you have CECs, you have administrators, ward administrators, and all the other administrators. I mean, what was the original costing? If we are talking about the economic sense here, what was the original costing of running a county, and how much money of that? Because we've always said that we want 30% to go for development, but that is not the case. I mean, are we running a structure that practically is not possible to run with the much that we are giving them? I mean, what was the original costing, and where's the missing link here? Because not all counties can go wrong at the same time.
Okay. I think, Prof, you can answer those questions, then we will release you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was waiting to be asked to do so because mtu mpaka kufuata sheria. Actually, one of the major problems in terms of when it was being decided how many counties was there was no costing at all. And part of that was the central government or the national government did not want for a proper costing to be done so that the appropriate funds would be released to the counties. And so up to now, there's never been any costing in terms of the Schedule 4 functions, the functions of the counties, to be able to determine how much would it cost for county governments to implement those functions. So that is still a pending issue, and the Council of Governors has many times kept on saying, why can't we do that, costing, so that we know for national level how much is needed, for county level what is needed, and so that also the national government does not encroach on the functions of the county. For example, more money still remains with the national government for health, and yet health is a county function, same as agriculture. So there is that problem. There is that is the direct answer, that costing was never done. Initially, of course, according to the Bomas Constitution, there were supposed to be 14 regions, and then at the lower level there were districts. That is, and even it went up to locations in the Bomas, the original draft. But of course, the regions were done away with, and the districts are what was now transferred, what became the counties. And actually, in the Bomas Constitution, the districts were even more than 47. But ultimately, the 47 came from what were the districts of in the country of 1992. Because there is the Districts and Provinces Act. That is what had established districts by 1992. And so when ultimately there was now the decision about how many counties, it was said that it should be the counties of 1992, and there were 46 plus Nairobi, therefore 47. Of course, it has been said, and even within the debate by Gen Zs and millennials, it has been said that these are too many. And actually, when you have bureaucracies in all of those, when you have the assemblies in all of those, when you therefore spend 70% of the money which goes there and which they raise, that 70% goes to recurrent expenditure. And even the 30%, many of them don't get 30%. It's less than 30% in terms of development. And that is why you will find that in most counties, they have very small projects. it takes quite a while to get, bigger development projects of impact. And actually, that is why many of the projects that happen, both at county level and even the national level, when you ask citizens, to what extent has it impacted on you? You find that citizens are not getting development that translates into significant impact within their lives. Like if it is, for example, health, how are they getting good health? If it's agriculture, how are they being helped to really do the agriculture, market whatever they produce, do value addition, so that there is development, quote, quote, which is happening, but it is not impacting on the people. So should the constitution be changed? Because you cannot now correct the situation in terms of like coming back with some regions, maybe the counties being being like you aggregate more counties, like what was happening through the idea of the economic blocks, so that you can actually get, like at independence, the regions, which were 8, you can get larger entities, or in other places where there's federalism, like in South Africa, like in Nigeria, like in Ethiopia, you get bigger entities where you can do real development and there is real devolution or quasi-federalism or decentralization. But now, if you say you're going to change the constitution now, and the political elite has been trying to do that through BBI, through NADCO, they will focus more on prime minister, deputy prime minister, so that you can get these ethnic formations to come together, and they are told you are going for prime minister. I think for the Gen Zs, one has to be careful at what point you instigate constitutional change, so that it's not taken advantage of, as it were. The 15%, actually, the constitution simply says that that's the minimum. So if the government wanted, and actually when the politicians are campaigning, they always say that we will make 35%. After the campaigns, they forget about that. They talk about 35%. But when you look at other countries, whether it's Japan, even Nigeria, what goes to the federal level or the subsidiary level is about over 35%. So all which would be needed, like now the Gen Zs can say that we want the government to now have 35% or whatever percent you agree on through Parliament and the National Treasury to come to the counties. But of course, before that happens, you have to make sure that it's not going there for corruption, because now that has been the other problem, that you can get money going to also that level, and a lot of it ends up in corruption. And that's why it's important, as you are spotlighting on the counties as well. So that is not just the national level, it's all levels, so that you ask for accountability in both those areas. Initially, the committee of experts, the Nzamba Kitonga committee, had actually talked about regions, and I think it had also talked about the lower level. But then, when this matter was discussed by Parliament, the select committee, which was chaired by former President Uhuru and the current president, on behalf of Kibaki and on behalf of Raila, this is when we came to now at Naivasha. We came to the current constitution for which there was a referendum in 2010. So I think those are things that you will revisit. But the one of the 35%, it's something that you can make it an issue and say, we want more money to go to the counties, but so that there's more of it to development, and maybe that will make even corruption at national level less, because there'll be less money there. But then focus on the county, so that also there isn't there isn't the corruption there. But these are questions that are very, very, very important and it is going to be a continuous debate and discussion for you as you even build what is your manifesto, because this Gen Z, Gen Y movement, and when you say now it's Gen Zote movement led by the young people, and there is no problem the young people leading it because they are the ones to inherit the future, the immediate future. It's important to begin to say that these are the things that we will do and the country should do to make sure that the constitution is implemented, to make sure that it's better for all of us. You make that, and as you do this civic education, you're asking people what do you think this new Kenya should look like, so that you incorporate that into your manifesto, the Gen Z movement and Gen Y, movement manifesto, so that eventually when each of you now wants to go into elective politics, you are able to say that this is what we have said we will do, this is our commitment, this is how we will change our country. But these are issues to to discuss for the advisorial role and so on, to discuss and then you guys farm them up. I think I have kind of covered what I was asked, and I'm really very happy. And the court, Binti, all of you, please continue. And that idea of the X spaces in every county, even to go to the ward and to come together with the WhatsApps, talking in the even vernacular radios for those who can, which reach a lot of that population. And the things that you're saying in terms of those flyers, going into the train, going everywhere, so that it's like ants going everywhere. And when they come up your clothes and the clothes of the political elite, then the political elite knows that the young people are now mean business. Yield, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your sentiment. I hope that everybody's questions have been answered so far. You're more than welcome to come anytime to these spaces. I know they said that you're at 8%, so please charge your device, and you're more than welcome to come back. I'd like to go to Dominic Mule because I can see your hand is up right now. So Dominic Mule, good evening, and then we go to Dr. Majus quickly. Then we go to the rest, and then I'll go to Agnes. I'm coming for you afterwards.
It was my time. Hello. And then I just asked a question.
Hello.
Sorry, who's that?
It's Dominic. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think somebody else spoke, but I'm not sure who it was. So Dominic, hi.
I mean that was me. I was speaking, and then I only asked a question to Prof, and then I wanted to make a contribution, but it's fine if we'll get time.
I'll come back to you after, Dominic, if that's okay. Thank you, Sam. I'll come back to you afterwards. But Dominic, go ahead for now.
So as Prof left, he's
yeah.
back. So I just wanted to ask one question to Prof. Based from your experience as governor for 10 years, do you see any significance in county assemblies in terms of policy? My question will just be straight to the point.
I think Dominic, the Prof has left.
Yeah, he's back. I've seen him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Binti, can you see him?
I can't see him. He's not on the speakers panel. Dominic, I don't know who you can see, but I don't think he's here. But
he's a listener. He's back. Oh, okay. I can see him. Yeah.
Okay, but he can't speak right now. So unless he comes back on the mic, he won't be able to answer your question. Just hold on to it for now. If he wants to climb back up, then he's more than welcome to, of course. But for now, we'll just go to Sam quickly, and then we'll carry on. Sam, what was your sentiment other than your question to Prof?
Yeah, thank you so much. One thing that is, in the whole fight against corruption, we have very serious weak links. And one of those weak links is our judiciary. There's something I've never understood to date. What is it that this judiciary calls sufficient evidence so that someone can be held to account? When I look at Morara, for example, he's going around the country exposing corrupt deals that have been happening over the years. And we have institutions in place that are to take care of any misdeeds from a government. We have the ESCC that has powers to investigate, present the files to the ODPP, and then we go to court, and then someone is held to account. But somewhere in between, something terribly goes wrong, that we have not had a serious conviction from some of these characters. So it's high time we go to these weak links. We must have a conversation with the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions that why would someone decide overnight from his blanket and say, you know, that guy, I'm not going to charge him because I don't feel like I have sufficient evidence to present to court. There must be serious conversations, and these people must be called out that Kenya is losing a lot of money because people don't fear to steal. Everybody in this world has the ability. If you give someone power, they can steal, but people fear institutions. World over, people in power must fear that once they have been put to lead a country, for example, they must fear that if they do something wrong, something has to happen to them. That fear is nowhere in our country. It doesn't matter how many people we change. We can have several people leading us, different faces, but if these institutions are not working, they'll do the same thing. So it's high time we have a conversation with our judiciary. It's high time we have a conversation with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. It's high time we have a conversation with ESCC, and they tell us, why don't we have convictions of people who have stolen from us? A country like Kenya was given $2 billion in Eurobond, and everybody has said we can't trace this money. We can't see it anywhere. I mean, something is seriously wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much for your sentiment as well. I would like to go to Dr. Majus. I'll come to you just like 2 minutes because you spoke before, then I'll go to a lady. So Dr. Majus, hi, good evening again.
It's me, eh? Or you are going to a lady first?
No, I'll go to you first very quickly.
Thank
and then
you.
I'll go.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there are some two things. Some has talked of something of some of the bodies that have failed to work, judiciary, DPP, and etc. If I can just answer that to my level best, I think all these things in this country start by bad governance. This is where the president, who is a dictator, who is trying to implement something called centralization, is managing everything from his point. That's why you see Babu Wino was saying that the people who advise the president tell them on how to advise him. So once you can see every time that we appoint, the appointment of the magistrate of the High Court or the Supreme Court is happening, the president has a say, and wherever you can predict who is going to be. If you see Ouko there, you see someone there, and you predict by who is the president. If the president is coming from the Kalenjin, you know very well one of the person of his choice will be there to serve his interest or her interest in that case. So that's why we are saying if we have a good president, we will have everything flowing down as per the requirement or as per the constitution. Another question was asked by Dominic, the county assembly, if I got you right. I think the policy is through the CCs, the CCMs, then they come up with a policy, then take it to the county assembly, then the county assembly will pass that policy, or will approve after from the executive. Those are the things that I wanted to talk about. But there is something I wanted to ask Prof. I know that he is not here. about him being a governor of two terms. You know, if you read the Devolution Act, the devolution ends at the market committees. After the county government, the World Bank now is struggling with the municipalities, the municipal board chair, and the municipal manager, and down. There should be another government whereby the funds are coming from the county to the municipality, then from the municipality to the market. That's something I wanted to ask Prof, that how did he have that in his office during his time? Because I understand now that they are really fighting not to devolve, even though they are crying that they need money from the national government. Them, they are not ready to devolve this function. They are not ready to devolve these funds so that the money should trickle down to the grassroots, to the people, even if there is a corruption. It is corruption even with the poor people so that they feel it. Once somebody say that where there is a little money, someone must feel it. We don't want a case whereby even if there is a corruption, a good leadership say that you must give even a little space. 10% for corruption is when you operate in the government offices. So we want a place where if there is, then it reach to everybody and everyone has money in their pocket. Thank you, Binti.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, Kirti, I was thinking like we need to find a way in which maybe like when speakers come onto the speakers panel after a panelist is gone, they can just tweet their questions into the comment section. We can just try and find out the answers before the next session, and then we can just like start with that. So if you have questions that have, if you wanted to ask something and the speakers panel, the panelist is not here, just put them in the comment section. We'll look through them. So for now, I wanted to get to a lady. Agnes, I can't see you anymore. Have you disappeared? I don't know where she's gone. So I think I'll go to you know who I'm saying. Please go ahead. Kiswahili ni ngumu, we?
Wenye nchi.
Okay.
Yes, that one.
Actually,
Yeah.
hello guys. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Sorry, I'm not a lady, but I can still represent. So, what I
No
wanted to touch on, actually, the prof and fellow comrades like Sam have actually addressed what has been bugging me for the longest time. The issue about the county, because I remember back, it was around 2018 when, at a time when David Lee was not yet corrupted, or maybe he was just corrupted, but we were led to find out. He talked about the county government and how the remnants of Moi's regime, because the people you are seeing now in the political sphere, they all come from the Kano regime, basically. From the Railas to Ruto to Kenyatta, all these people, they came basically from Moi. And that's why I see a lot of similarities in the way a person like Dr. William Ruto is handling situations in the country. Now, I just want to tackle the issue about because now some and the rest have touched on the counties. Now I wanted to talk about the issue of tribalism, and I think we should not underestimate how the politicians have manipulated the thing which is supposed to be our heritage, our tribes, and use it against us. Because even as much as there's corruption, and as much as even if a person from your community gets a post in the government, it won't benefit you directly. You know, most of the people back in the village, they say, kama wizi inaendelea, mbona hii wizi, hata mtu yetu asiibe? So it's not something that can easily be brushed off. Because if there's corruption everywhere, we might as well have a person from our own community stealing this money, even if it will not trickle down to us. That is the reasoning. And I think what Morara is doing and the rest like KOT. I cannot express my gratitude and the prayers I pray for these guys for education should be given the maximum effort it deserves, because currently if you go on the ground, I don't know, some people in these spaces and in Nairobi, people living in the middle class or uptown, it's very hard to connect with these people from the grassroots. But ukienda kule ushago, that is the rhetoric of the people. Kama watu wanaiba, tunataka pia mtu wetu aibe. You see? That is something we need to challenge. And the only way we can challenge this thing is through civic education. And that's why I really appreciate Morara and KOT for what they are doing. Taking these things to the grassroots so that you understand if this project was launched and it was allocated this much, then how come we are where we are? Because if their roads are in very, very bad condition, most of the time when Uhuru and his deputy then, William Ruto, were to come to, let's say, Vihiga County, maybe a month prior, the governor would make sure the road to wherever the president is going to launch has been done very well. It has been tarmac. The asphalt is dark black shining. So by the time the president is coming, the media is there, and it's just basically propaganda because these guys are not delivering anything to the standards that we require and to the money is allocated to these projects that they are putting up. So I believe, and I believe whatever we are doing, it will not be easy, but we'll keep on fighting. And I urge people like KOT, please continue doing what you're doing. And especially if you have ever traveled outside Africa, let's say, because outside Africa into the diaspora, you'd be amazed at how these other developed countries offer services to their people, because that is something we have never ever experienced in our country. I'm 29 years old now, and I can say for sure, back at home we have not experienced the kind of services we receive out here, the kinds of services people from outside Africa in these developed nations they receive. So that is just my 2 cents. I'll keep sharing my views on other spaces. And thank you very much, Binti and Kiyoshi, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanyanshi. I've learned how to say your name now. I'm sorry, I apologize for before. But thank you very much. Yeah, now you're right. We need to first of all we need to give our
Repeat his
flowers.
name, please. Repeat.
Wanyanshi. Wanyanshi ama nini? Kioti wa usinilete. Wewe mabonga wewe. We're gonna fight. Anyways, yes, I want to say that we should give our flowers to these guys that we see out here actually like on the ground doing things whilst we still can, like it's important to appreciate them, and actually that's motivation. Like they're doing a lot of work for us, like on our behalf, so let's appreciate them. They're representing us, they're doing a lot of work. Yeah, that's all I can say. So I was gonna speak to a lady next. I saw Agnes came back, but she disappeared again, so I will go to Sparks. Are you a lady or not? Because you've been here for a while, but if you're not, I'll go to Pauline first and I'll come back to you next. So whoever's the lady out of you two, please come to the mic.
Can you hear me, guys? Thanks, Binti, KUT, and the rest of the people in here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Pauline. Go ahead.
Hi. Awesome. So, mine is to just I know we've echoed this over and over again. I'm super proud of what our people are doing back home, and KUT, the team, and everyone doing. We need to inject this. I've always said that we always have the power. So my main concern was I've been seeing on the timeline that we have people still missing out there, people being abducted. And I wanted to urge us as Kenyans, if you see someone weird and you see someone is being trailed and you are in a group, there's no need to you know, to just be afraid and not speak out, because these police officers, they use that fear. Right now, when civic education is taking place and we have a lot of people in the ground level, and I know people, the politicians are not sleeping, they're having sleepless nights because of this. I would like to urge my people, these teams, and anyone in the course, we have to be in big numbers. I mean, even if we're like 10, 5, whatever, we should not allow someone to take another individual while we are standing there. So it's important for like all of us to stand against all this, because that's where we can at least show the power, protect people, and avoid having people missing and all that, because all these have happened in the watch of all of us. And what do? We do nothing. We're in fear. It's probably 5 or 2 people amongst us who've been missing. I don't know. I personally know a few individuals who've been missing for a while, and their families are in torture, they're in pain. And those people got taken when people were watching in broad daylight. So for me, it's like we should not ignore and say, oh, it's up to them. Whoever is just being taken away, it's up to them. They need to I don't know. It pisses me off to know that people have been taken by people we don't know. They come identifying themselves as police officers and they're not probably paid people to do these atrocities. So my point will be like to just go out there, be careful, and let's watch out for each other whenever we can. That's the most important thing at this stage, because civic education is out there. We have these people out there doing whatever it's needed to be done, and even if we are on the other side of the world, we still support you guys. And I would like to say we should not relent and not let people take up our spaces by engaging us in this bullshit we call abduction and whatever. So we have to take up our voices and protect each other. We should not have the fear of like, oh, what will happen? Just stand against all this. That's what I wanted to say, because at this stage, I know they will come, they will try to suppress us, but we're 10 steps ahead now, and we should not relent, and we should not allow them to like continue doing this. If we're in a group, yes, we stand out, because once we are in a group, once we're together, they cannot separate us, and they have the fear of attacking people in groups. That's why you see them lobbing tear gases, because they feel helpless. So we should not allow them to take one of us if we are amongst a team or a big group. That's all I have to say for tonight. And thank you so much for this opportunity, and every Kenyan out here listening. And let's keep on the good work, and let's keep on doing this. And we have to stand with each other and protecting all of us, because we don't want anyone yeah, to just disappear. That's all I had to say. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pauline. Let's take care of each other, by the way. Like, let's just ensure that everybody is safe. We cannot rely on the government right now to keep us safe, so let's just keep each other accountable for our whereabouts, etc. Sparks, hi, I know you've been here for a while. I'm so sorry for the wait. Good evening, how are you? Sparks, hey Bana, you guys, you come to the mic and you don't answer. Anyway, I'd like to read this comment from Declan, saying that the issue of counties being too many is not doesn't hold too much water, only because we've never seen the benefit of this system of governance, because since its inception it's never been actioned as it should due to poor governance. So he's saying basically poor governance is our issue, not the amount of counties or whatever's that are there. Whether you agree or not, please come to the mic, tell us how you're carrying out this civic education in in your area, or in the shags or mashinani, wherever you are. So I'd like to go to Dominic Mule. Hi Dominic. Did you speak to us, by the way?
Hello, BT.
Yes,
Dominic Mule.
there is Ricklison. Amebeba mkono mpaka amechoka.
Oh, emergency Simoni. Rick Nani?
There is Ricklison, Dennis, just next to you there. They're there.
Okay, I can't see. Oh, Rick listen. Yes, I can see you now. Okay, Rick listen, please go ahead. I can't see your hand, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Bid Africa. Good evening.
Good evening to you too.
Okay, thank you, KOT. I thank you for having me here. I've been waiting just to add a voice on this civic education machinani discussion is going on. And the only thing that I can say, I have 3 points to put across that we have to fight all to teach people about tribalism, bad governance, and this corruption. When we fight tribal, we will get good leaders who will fight this corruption, because when we go to mashinani or everywhere else and we teach people about this thing of tribalism, that mtu wetu we should be where without considering the qualities and the way that person is. Like the other day, I've been heard seeing people singing about now the people who have been put to government, that pesa sijui inalala wapi and all those things. When we'll teach people, we have that civic education about killing this tribalism, we'll speak with one voice, we'll have one language, and at the end of the day, we will fight, we'll have a good governance, whereby we'll have leaders who will fight corruption, and we'll end up fighting this thing, corruption, and that is the fight that we should have. And the other thing that we should do, it is to make sure that we equip ourselves with all the weapons, including having IDs. When we have IDs and those voters cards, it will be easier for us to fight on, because we will be equipped ourselves with everything that is necessary to bring good leadership in this country. Let's continue. Let us be together so that we can see fighting us through. We have a lot to do for the short time. We have this constitution that we have to revisit and change it, because it is our document that we have to change when it is necessary or when time comes through. Those are the things I think we have to base on. Civic education must be to everybody, wherever mashinani, even in urban areas. I've seen that we need it. We need to teach people. We need to tell people the truth. We need to teach people who are the good, who should be the good leaders, who should be where. And it is not only in mashinani, but everywhere, even here in urban areas and wherever we live, so that we can be one language, so that we can be only one tribe, that is Kenya, to fight this rotten bad governance which is moving around. Let us also, we will be supporting. I'm very happy for KOT Song and all the other platform groups that brought this revolution in this country. We'll be supporting wherever we are with everything, including our resources, no matter how little they are. When we come together, 1, 2, 3 and the likes, we will support ourselves with everything that is needed, and we'll fight, and at the end of the day we'll emerge to have a good country that we will be happy for. We cannot just sit down when we have this chance, and this lifetime chance, to change this country. Because like when I think people who went the people who went the constitution by that time, who came up with it, some of them maybe they had personal interests, maybe some looking for changes when they were forming things like counties and the like. So we have to fight together. We have to come together, because we have seen recently that politics and political affiliates, they have tried to change or to come up with the resolution of the things that are affecting this country, but in vain, because majority, all of them, they were fighting personal gains, agendas, all serving their masters. But in this group, whereby it is sauti ya mwananchi, we are fighting for mwananchi. We are trying to change this country for the benefit of mwananchi, without being coerced or without being serving any master. And I think when we got that way, we will come up with a solution and the lasting solution of this country. Thank you again, KOT and Vid Africa, for having me, and all the listeners for listening unto me, and good night. Thank you.
Good night to you too. Thank you very much, Rick Leeson. Thank you for your sentiments. I think it's about time that we just put our leaders into place and we just make sure that we're accountable. I want to go to Dennis Shagger for like 1 minute, just because he's been here before. Then I'll go to Dominic Mule afterwards. Hi, Dennis. Kwaje.
Good evening. Thank you for having me back again. Very quickly, something has been mentioned a few times about our counties, and that falls under devolution. And as we celebrate Constitution of Kenya 2010 at 14 years this week, one of the issues that we discussed even in Nakuru County during our space yesterday was about the hits and misses of this new constitution on devolution. And a lot of people are asking, is it really viable? Do we really need all the 47 counties? Are we able I mean, is it affordable? Does it make sense for us to have all these counties? That comes down with a number of Senate seats as well, and all these. We have 1,400, I think, and 50 MCAs in this country, and all these people are paid by the taxpayers' money, and I think one of the things that we need to also concentrate on as we do this civic education machinani is the role of the MCAs, because this is where everything begins. If we have rogue MCAs, if you have MCAs who don't understand their roles, if you have people who can go to bed with the executive, if we have MCAs who are bought by the governors or the executive, this county executive committee members, then that means that's where the problem begins. When you look at the auditor's report on county governments, most of the mistakes you see them do, basically not mistakes, where they loot, areas where they loot mostly, these are areas where MCAs can actually put control and measures over them and be, a voice of accountability on behalf of the people through the county governments. And I think we need to also check the MCAs, and as we say, drain the swamp. We will begin from the ward level up to the top executive seat. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank you for your short sentiment. Dominic, let me just come to you quickly, because I know you've been trying to get on, and then I'll come to Felix as well. I know you've been struggling, but you're here now. So tuongeleshe to civic education, mashinani, ama wherever you are. Please talk to us.
Hello, Binti Africa. Thank you for the chance. So as I touch on civic education mashinani, let me just share a bit of who I am and what we have done. So my name is Dominic Mule. I'm the national youth leader of the Free Kenya movement. And the Free Kenya movement is a movement we formed back in 2022 of independent candidates. And what we realized back then was that the political party system in Kenya is a very weaponized system. And why am I saying this? It is ethnical and regional. And this is where I'm going to correlate it with civic education. Political parties are the biggest tools of mass misinformation and brainwashing in Kenya. You go to Eastern Province, specifically Lower Eastern, you will find that the people there just know about Wiper. You go to Nyanza region, you find that the people there just know about ODM. You try to speak against ODM in any way, and the people will technically fight you. So as we also talk about civic education, it's very important we tie it to the political parties. And we, in a way, it's a way of just trying to show the people the way to the truth, and trying to, bring them together to reason with us. So this is going to be very hard because we need to find a way for it to work, because it's going to be very hard. So it's also a way of me challenging everyone in this space. So which do you think are the best ways for us to do this, actually what I would call mass decampaigning of political parties? Because if we are going to reach our goal, if we are going to, achieve our target, then we need to accept that we need to do a very big and massive decampaigning of political parties. And remember, we are decampaigning these political parties at the same regions where they have done a huge brainwashing over the years. So it's a challenge to you guys. Which do you think also is the best way that we need to approach this issue? Because it's something that we have to tackle, and it forms a very crucial point of our whole mission, and we can't just put it out of the way. We can't just ignore it. It's something that we need to accept that it's crucial and important. We have to tackle it. So it's a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dominic. Thank you. Yes. We just, like I said, civic education is very important. I don't know who's got their mic open. Dennis, please mute your mic. I can hear some feedback. Yeah. It's very important, and we need to just tackle it from all areas. So for now, I will go to Felix. Felix, Sasa, I know you've been trying to get on the mic for a very long time.
Poor Sana. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So, I'm Felix. Civic education, mashinani. So, there is a challenge when it comes to civic education anywhere else in the world. It's not only in Kenya, but at least for those I've seen being done, there is a challenge. So, for me personally, and this is my own opinion, and I stand with it, the way to make civic education work, it's as simple as the day the revolution started. The day everyone else was like, no politician supposed to speak in church. The posters, the t-shirts, and everything else which went up. And during that weekend, there was no politician who was given a chance to speak on the pulpit. All nightclubs or any joint where people went to drink or to do something, when it came to 000 hours, that's 12 a.m. midnight, they could stop the music, stop everything, and have a chant. Ruto must go. So same as civic education. If we really, as Kenyans and as youth, decide we have to do it, we have to go the same way. Let's go to our village. Let's go to a baraza. Let's go to church. Let's go everywhere and take our information. Let's take that message from the village going up. The same way the message spread and went along until today, at least to some degree or to some extent, politicians have not been granted a free will to go to church and make their politics through the pulpit. That's the way civic education can spread. And it requires a lot of resources, a lot of goodwill. Someone spoke about political parties, which have poisoned our minds, our thoughts, and everything else. We tend to think about politics or through political parties. The only way, the only way to come out of political parties as a driver of our politics is through civic education. There is no another way we can do it because already ODM has been in the league for a long time. UDA just came the other day, but it has people everywhere. So it's all about civic education. Yes, we have these political parties, but do people have information on what these political parties or the government, the county from the MC are supposed to do? Just people are elected and nobody knows their work. So that's what is coming to haunt us as Kenyans. So from my point, civic education can work, but let's start from the village going up. It's a goodwill for everyone else. And we have to congratulate those who started the revolution, those who are carrying on, and all of us. I happened to attend some of the demonstrations personally as a person, and I really learned a lot. The youth of the country were many, but when it comes to decision making about our leaders, we step back. I don't know why. I've voted 3 times, and I can just confirm in my polling station, you cannot count 100 of us, my age mates, who voted. Most of them stayed home, and now we are here lamenting and complaining. The whole thing is we have to come out with our tools, with our resources, and do everything we can. If we don't come out and stay home, the trend will be the same now, tomorrow, and even days to come. And finally, someone mentioned service provision in developed country vis-a-vis our country. I've traveled a bit, not so much, to a few countries. The only difference we have is leadership goodwill. And you cannot compare a country which is developing with a country which has systems. Kenya lacks goodwill to implement the systems to work, while the rest of the countries which are already developed, they're using the systems to work for them. So for us as a country, it's now we're building systems. And the corruption has gone into our systems to suppress the systems from developing. So the whole thing is we have to fight the corruption, the nepotism, and everything which is ailing our systems from.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. That was my fault. Sorry. Felix, I'm very sorry. Please go ahead. I'm sorry.
So finally, what I was saying, the systems are being suppressed. What we can do as of now is to keep fighting the corruption, nepotism, and all the matters which are suppressing our systems from developing, so that in the near future we can say we have developed systems. Let's now our systems work for us like in other countries. So that's my contribution. For civic education machinery to work, we have to come out and do it in whatever small way we can. Thank you and have a good night, and appreciate for the organizers of this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felix. I'm sorry for muting you. By the way, you guys, we're just here speaking on spaces, like we're not doing anything on ground. Tomorrow we're in Mombasa, we're in Likoni, we're in Bunge la Mwananchi. We're spreading civic education everywhere. So I don't know where you're going to be, but personally, come and find me there. Sawa. If you want to join us, please reach out to KOT, DM him, find out like the plan, etc. But we are spreading civic education all along the coastline. So, anyways, I will go to Barack. Dr. Majus, I can see your hand is up, but I'll come back to you afterwards. So, Barack Odongo, hi. Okay, Barack is not available. Dr. Majus, please go ahead then.
Thank you, Binti. I just wanted to respond to Dominic. Dominic asked a very critical question on how to deal with the party's issues during civic education at the ground level. Dominic, I hope you're still there, if you can hear me. I think what I can tell Dominic, wherever you're outside there, it is true, dealing with political parties at the ground level, more so at the remote areas, is not an easy job. Imagine you want to go to Kibra, you want to go to Makweni and talk against the Wiper party. You come to Luonyanza, talk about against the ODM party. It is not an easy thing to change such kind of belief and an ideology, because an ODM party is a party that has been there for a very long time and people believe in its policies. So what I can tell you is that just ignore those parties, but also to some extent you can tell people first define the parties, the role of parties. How does these parties work? How should they work for the people? What are the purpose of forming these parties towards the people? How should the parties benefit the people? See, number one, we are abusing these parties. Once these parties gain the popularity, our leaders who are leading these parties are really abusing these parties. They take advantage. So tell people that when we are having a party, even if you are electing people through the parties, we are not going outside there to tell people that ditch ODM, ditch Wiper. No, we are talking about the good governance, good leadership, so that we can reform the state of economy. So even within their parties that they like and believe in too much, let them have the right people, because even those parties have the right people who are vying, but they are not being given chance by the leadership. So in case the leadership of that party denies such people tickets to run the positions that they want, let the people know that they are free through constitution, freedom to vote this person with any other party or as an independent candidate, and can still go and contribute and work towards their achievement, work towards their betterness in the parliament. So tell people the role of these parties and how our leaders are misusing the parties that we have agreed to join and support, and tell them that they are free to leave these parties anytime that they want. It doesn't matter, or it is not a must that they stay in these parties for them to have the right leaders. But if they can choose the right leaders within the parties, I don't think there is a problem with that. A right leader is a right leader, which I think that Raila Odinga once disagrees with his father. So I don't think that you can be intimidated when you are within the party. We have seen that several times in ODM, when even recently there are some of few MPs who walked out of ODM and they joined UDA without consulting the party leadership. You will hear the party general is just talking about of suspension, punishing, but nothing happens. At the end of the day, they have shifted there and they give what they should be doing to the people. That's what they do. So just tell people the role of the party, what the party should be doing, and tell them the importance of those party, and even how they can start their party and make their parties may sound well and be meaningful to them. Thank you. Thank you, Binti.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Majus, for replying to Dominic. I'll go to Western Shilaho, and guys will be closing this space very soon in the next 15 minutes or so. So if you have any last sentiments, this is your time. Other than that, we'll be going tomorrow. So
Thank you so much, Binti Africa and KOT and everybody else on this platform. One thing I wish to say is that democracy does not get along with poverty. It doesn't. Because even in Africa, when you see some of the most stable countries, there's a correlation between the stability in those countries and the state of the economies of those countries. Botswana, Cape Verde, Mauritius, Seychelles, and you can go on and on. And countries that are struggling economically also struggle politically. They also struggle as far as stability is concerned. And they usually have contested elections. Someone saw that civic education is something like band-aid to a bigger problem. And Plato mentioned this. He was disdainful of the masses. He believed the masses were not informed enough to make, in quotes, the right decisions as far as democratic choices are concerned. But the critique is that his take was elitist. You are divorcing the masses from democracy because you think they are not ill-informed, they are not schooled enough. Then what are you doing? You're restricting this business of democracy in the so-called informed people, which why he came up with the highly controversial concept of philosopher king. You must pass exams and stuff like that to be suitable to rule and to make decisions. We're saying no, it can't be. We can't do that. The masses have every right to choose who has to represent them. But what should be done? They should be informed. But in our context, not only Kenya, the misinformation and disinformation that goes on and makes people make the kind of decisions they make is deliberate. Because when you disempower people economically, you actually impair their capacity to make choices politically. You render them vulnerable to propaganda, to prejudice, and all sorts of machinery by the political elite. Secondly, why I think civic education is band-aid. People hardly forget the things that they are taught in school. So when the school system is so robust that it churns out people who are critical, by nature they're critical because of the schooling system they went through, then you don't have to carry out civic education as far as those people are concerned. You don't. And that's why I'll give you this example of UK. It may be different from us because it's a different society. But I use it to illustrate what I'm talking about. Not too long ago, Boris Johnson, who was the leader of the Conservative Party, he stormed home with massive support, near absolute majority. A couple of years later, he had become discredited, been forced to resign. The people who succeeded him could not steer that ship of the Conservative until they lost elections. And Labour, which a couple of years ago was struggling, is now in the driving seat. What explains that? That the voter in the UK may be predisposed to the Conservative Party or the Labour Party, but it's not a cult. They change when their material conditions change. On things that they hold dear, such as education, they change. So there's nothing inherent about their being Labour Party members when things that pose a threat to their livelihoods emanate, and they hold the government of the day as far as that is concerned. Now they will change. We hardly have that kind of a voter in Kenya. So we can do civic education as of now, but there are fundamental things that have to be put in place, and which why this idea that the architecture of the Kenyan state has to be overhauled politically, socially, and economically cannot be overemphasized well enough. It can't. It cannot. Because the greatest threat to Kenya is the political elite in place. And they're not going to allow these things. They won't. I can tell you for free that going into next elections, 2027, that is if this government makes it up there, they believe they will, what is uppermost in their mind is how to wrong foot the protesters, led by the Gen Zs. That is their sleeping and waking nightmare. How are we going to wrong foot them? I can tell you for free. So you make all about IBC must be in place and what have you, but William Ruto is completely aware and alert that actually he could lose this election, that he survived by a whisker during the demonstration that happened. And he's not going into the next elections sleepwalking. I can tell you for free. He's not going into the next election sleepwalking. And those institutions we're talking about, IBC, what, ESCC, he knows those institutions pretty well. He knows them and how to manipulate them to have the desired outcome. He couldn't have asked for more than to have the so-called opposition on board. We may say, no, they don't carry the numbers, but you see, in an election, if it is too close to call, then there's room for manipulation and skullduggery. An election that is difficult to rig and steal is where the winner defeats the runner-up by so big a margin that it's completely ridiculous to try and rig such an election. But an election like the one we had, 200,000 or so vote difference, 300,000 so vote difference, that one creates room for irregularities and rigging. So we have got work cut out on our hands, and we should not underestimate it. Much as we carry out civic education, they like it when this calm takes place. Then they can manipulate the frameworks that they've always manipulated. Binti, as I learned, history teaches us something. If we want to predict what's going to happen in future, we draw from history. Some of us may know, some of us may not know. Since 1963 until now, we've only had one uncontested election, the 2002 one. Those other ones have been contested, beginning with the 1966 Little General Election, so-called, which Jomo Kenyatta called specifically to deal politically with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga after he resigned from Kano. And that problem we have had with it since then until now. So 2027 elections, going by history, will not be any different. I learned. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you very much, Rustan, for your sentiments. And yes, everything you said, we agree. I want to close the space, Gertie, in the next 15 minutes or so, and we have 3 speakers that I can see here. So, Barack, I don't know if you're available now or not. If not, then I will go to Paul. Paul Isoba, I think. Paul Isoba. If you can hear me, Paul Isoba, good evening. Please speak to us about civic education.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, 100%. Go ahead.
Right. What is on my mind right now on this platform? First of all, I greet you, and I don't want to waste a lot of time because I'm at work. But I just want to not leave without saying something. We need to consider ourselves. Are we worthy of human beings? First of all, before we talk about corruption and politics, Ruto is casually talking about our brothers and sisters who have been abducted, disappeared, and killed. Some of them found lying in streams, right? This is not a joking matter. Our brothers and sisters are being murdered, yeah, by the regime. Ruto has got a job to protect the people. When he swears in, he's swearing to protect the people. How can he be so much negligent to the extent that he doesn't know, cannot account for the people who have been killed? How can that be possible? He knows, and he knows he's a good student of Museveni next door, because Museveni also every single day, he abducts, they enjoy impunity. We cannot allow this to go on. And even the politicians, the oppositions, they are part of this. They are complacent. They don't want to challenge, the serious issue. So what we need to address, first of all, are we going to be safe before we talk about these elections? Because after general election, politicians are thinking about the next general elections. They forget, they do not account for the current situation. They are thinking already about the future. They are thinking already how they are going to manipulate the next general election. But what is the cost? What is the cost of this? So me, in just 1 minute, cause the host, I really salute you for being consistent, and I'm at work, but I just want not to leave this without going that Ruto and all the dictators in Africa, they are enjoying impunity, and this must come to an end. You cannot kill people and then casually, you just talk recklessly and comment recklessly. They need to be jailed, even after in the futures to come. These people will have to be held responsible after they are no longer president. They will not protected. They should not be protected, so that they serve as an example that in the future things like that should never ever happen again. That someone is being killed just because they are after power. That's not acceptable. What if that is Ruto's son who's been murdered and dumped in the streams? Well, how would he feel? These people, they don't care. So we need to stop all about this I don't care attitude, mind over matter things. We should not, we should refrain from that. Let's talk seriously issues of our security for every single person. So thank you very much. I salute you. Unless you have any other question, I have to say, I have to yield the mic. I appreciate, and I look forward to the next discussion. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Paul, for your sentiments as well. I agree. We have to take care of each other. And me, by the way, let me tell you, like, I've not done as much work as KT has, evidently. Like, he's there, quite ground, he's on the streets. Doesn't mean I've been idle, but we have to salute people and give them flowers when they're, when they deserve them. So tomorrow, tupatane Mombasa, Kolikoni, Bungela Monanchi. We just be going around doing civic education. And I want to just now start closing down the space. KOT, do you have our anthems ready by any chance or not? Because I'd like to perfect. I'd like to finish with them. Thank you for coming to this space, guys. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, hosted by KOT. We have other co-hosts that are otherwise currently occupied right now. We have Ayo the Six, we have Kowino, we have Rabia, we also have Wanyama Wafula. So follow everybody in these spaces, and just know that we're always going to be here every day, 7 to 10 in the morning and 8 to 11 p.m. East African time, Kenya. KOT, thank you for the space, by the way. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Binti. All the speakers that we've had here, and of course, the professor was here and he shared with us. Personally, I really loved listening to the professor and all the speakers who have been here on the panel. So from my end, I just want to thank you guys, because you are the one who gives me energy and courage to do all this. So we're never going to relent. We're still going to inject here on the spaces. We'll still do it even on the ground, because, as I said, personally, I just want to be the change that I want to see. And of course, I also want you people to be the change that you need to see in our country. And so, honestly, I'm exhausted. Yesterday, I slept like 3 hours. And from where I live to SGR, it's like 2 hours drive. And so we use public means of transport. So I was up at 4:30 and I slept at 2. So you can imagine, yeah. And so also want to have a rest, like 4 hours EV. Then tomorrow, it's actually today, yeah, we embark on doing civic education here in the Coast region. I'm so familiar with the region, and that's why I said I'll begin with this area, because I've been here for the last 5 years before I moved to Nairobi, because I schooled here Apatum, the Technical University of Mombasa. Yeah, na pia mkuja graduation, by the way, December. I'll be graduating as an electrical engineer, so ensure you are coming. Usipokuja ensure you are, nitaweka space ya graduation because you people need to be informed, yeah. So I just love you guys because you have always given me the audience, and pia encouragement yenu pale kwa comment section, yeah, encouragement yenu kwa DM, yeah, encouragement yenu ya airtime pia. I just can't take it for granted because without you guys we're just a nobody, because it's you people who keeps us pushing so hard. And of course we are not doing this for ourselves, we are doing this for each and every person. We are doing this for the current generation, the generations that came after us, and the generation that came the generation that will come after us, the generation that came before us. So we are doing this for each and every person. And Mimi, honestly, just want to say thank you. And of course, as usual, we always play offended by nonini bana. Guys, hata usipokuja space na hujasikiza hiyo, ukikuja space na hii song haijaimbwa, always go to YouTube, yeah, and search offended 2 by nonini, Small Little, na Isa Sizo and Willy Oeba. It was directed by Ayo the Sixth. And of course, hizo picha ni zenu ziko hapo, mlikuwa street. So this is our song, yeah. Let us always listen to it because it reminds us a lot of things. It reminds us that day when Rex was shot in the street. I remember that day very well. Yeah, I was there at Moi Avenue hiyo jioni. Yeah, na nakumbuka we had lit their bonfire. Nakumbuka vizuri. Just between that roundabout, yeah, hapo archives kuna ile njia ya kuingia Arambe House, just within hapo. Yeah. And so when I saw that clip amepigwa risasi, I can remember the area very well. I was there. I remember. Okay, sikuwa hapo akipigwa risasi, but that day I was on the street na najua hiyo place vizuri. So this song gives us a lot of memories, yeah. Hiyo siku ya Parliament. Personally, honestly, I could have died that day because mimi sikupigwa risasi. Lakini place nilikuwa, you know, I was a cheeky person where nilikuwa nikiona hii nini hiyo watakano nikikuja, so nilikuwa na time. The moment haijaanza kumwaga maji, I'll now go against it ndio tupitane. Eish, hiyo siku venye hiyo siku 25th sasa 25th, yeah, I remember because me I was going against it. Ikikuja mimi naenda penye imetoka. And so kama uko peke yako au wanaweza kupiga maji, at least mkiwa wase wengi. And so that day tuko hapo archives, Moi Avenue. So before hapo tu nakumbuka vizuri penye hiyo nini ilikuja, kuna certain person alikuwa anaiba simu na this guy tukamshika, jamaa wakamshika wakampeleka kwa polisi. Polisi wako wamesimama hapo archives because now the government ilikuwa imepeana order kwamba all public facilities za government facilities zikuwe guarded, and so there were police officers who were guarding archives hapo. And so venye tulishika huyo jamaa, okay, tulikuwa tukishika mwizi hatukuwa tunampiga, tulikuwa tunapeleka kwa polisi. So tulimfikisha kwa polisi and then we turned back. After turning back, immediately tumerudi like kama 50 meters. Tear gas ilikuwa lobbied hapo katikati ya miguu yangu, and I was like, sasa hapo tutakimbia aje? So immediately tear gas ilikuwa lobbied hapo, nikapigwa na hiyo maji ya pink. Yeah, kapigwa na hiyo maji ya pink. In fact, acha niwatafutie hiyo video because nakwanga na hii video hapa na nakumbuka nilipost kwa hii timeline. Ilikuwa hiyo maji ya pink. Hey, hiyo maji ya pink inawasha. Hiyo maji ya pink honestly inawasha vibaya sana. So mimi nikaona hapa niko kukufa. Niliona niko kukufa, and kitu ilikuja tu kwa my mind, nilisema acha niite medical nilienda tu status because my eyes had turned red. Mimi nikaenda status. Ndio hii picha. Acha niwatumie hapo kwa Jambotron muione because mnaweza sema ni uongo. So nimewatumia hapo Jambotron. Ilikuwa 25th. So mimi niko na hapana. I called hao jamaa because nilikuwa na namba zao but sikuwa naona honestly. Nilijaribu tu nikafungua macho kidogo, nikaclick na nikacall, wakakuja kunisaidia. Kanifanyia first aid. So nilikaa chini, nilala hapo nyuma ya nini. Mbona hapo Moyave ni kuna those shops huko nyuma. Nikalala chini like 2 hours. Still hata umelala chini lakini unasikia tu ile harufu ya tear gas inakuja. So like nilikuwa ni kama nimeona kifo, so I was kind of tense. So sikurudi street immediately. After 2 hours nikasema acha ikue venye itakuwa, so nikarudi niko poa sasa. Hiyo nini imeisha, nikasema hapa acha turudi tu street tena. Tukasukuma by saa 10 tukasikia Parliament direct. So ile furaha sasa hata nikasahau nilikuwa nimepigwa tear gas, nilikuwa karibu ni suffocate. Hiyo picha iko hapo na kuangana video yake. Hiyo video semanga mamangu asione juu huyo mama anaweza lia. Sasa watu wameingia nini Parliament. Jamaa wakaleta shida. Tukaanza kuambiwa military wanakuja, tutoke street twende home. Hiyo ni 6. So mimi naishi Thika Road huko Kahawa. Nimetoka hivi. Sasa unajua mimi nilikuwa naogopa tu mali kuna tear gas because nilikuwa nisha experience kitambo tear gas na hiyo maji ya utakano. Nisha experience yani venye ni chungu. So nilikuwa naogopa nikiona ikikuja I try as much as possible to get out of that scene. So I tried and penetrated hizi machuoms huku. Wale watu mko majuu, machuoms ni ma street, yeah. So kapita hizo machuoms, kafika hapo Ngara. Kasema sawa. So we walked, sisi wote tulikuwa tunaenda Thika Road. In fact watu walikuwa wanaenda hadi Thika Juja. Hakukuwa na gari. People walked like from town to place mimi naishi. Nilitembea 4 hours, I remember. So along the way place naishi nafaa kupita Githurai 45. Sasa acha niwaambie, tunasemanga masaka ilikuwa Githurai, watu wanasema ati hakukuwa na masaka. Niacha mimi niwaambie tu kweli. Tulifika hapo Githurai 45. Marisasi zinalia hapo. Tulikuwa tunaokota tu hizi manini. Hizi machuma zenye marisasi zimepigwa. Tunaziokotea huku Kaosh, huku juu almost Kasarani. Na marisasi zilikuwa zinalia huko. Marisasi zililia kama 2 hours. So hakuna venye mtu ungepita Githurai. We had to divert. Tukaenda tukapitia bypass, ndio tukapita KU na huko nyuma walking na wafoot na wafeet anyway. So nikafika kwa nyumba, nimechoka, sijakula. Ishi peke yangu. Kasema acha tu nifanye aje, acha nilale. Sikutoa viatu. Nakumbuka vizuri sikufanya anything, hata sikuoga. Mimi ningeenda kwa malazi venye nilikuwa hivyo na hiyo nini. Na hiyo Colgate iko kwa macho. Akasema tu acha nilale. Alafu the good thing nilikuwa na flag yangu. Mimi nakuanga na flag inakuanga kwa nyumba hapo juu karibu na TV yangu. So hiyo day ndio nilitoa hiyo flag nikasema in memory of this day acha niweke hii flag hapa juu ya TV every day naionanga. So every day morning flag yangu iko hapo kwa nyumba. Hata mkiona picha nyingi kama nimepigia kwa nyumba na kuanga na flag kadogo hapo. But juzi venye umejitokezea mkatutumia kitu at least to print some placards na hizo flyers tumekuja nazo Mombasa. Nilichukua 960 yenu nikaenda Nairobi Sports House nikanunua flag kubwa ile nilikuwa nimejifunga leo. So hiyo flag ni yenu. Anytime mkiniona niko nayo because I nimesema any place nitakuwa naenda hadi soko nitakuwa na hiyo flag kwa mgongo yangu. So story ni nyingi, lakini watu tumekuwa streets, honestly we've seen a lot. Yeah, so you guys never give up. Anyway, I'm offended.
I'm here to address you, Mr. Speaker. We don't fear you. Tuko ndani. We don't inside.
Condolences to the families and friends of all the Gen Z we lost 2024. Our freedom fighters, our heroes. I'm offended. Little. I'm more than offended, bro. I'm disgusted. Aje sasa. Yeah, skiza. Ini more than just music. Ini chant. Ni gas kwa wabuze. Yeah. Ini more than just music. Ini chant. Ni gas kwa wabuze. Ini more than just music. Ini chant. Tunakaa sawa puzi. Leo wanatuona tuliwavotia tu juzi. Saini ya ibu gani? Na mkipiga magoti nyuomba Mungu mgani? Na under your watch mmeua watu wangapi? Kennedy Onyango 12 years Rongai. Denzel Omondi mlimchukulia uhai. Hapa ni wapi? Maumbo walai. Austin Makoha, Christian Gitonga, Joshua Ombati na Wilson Sitati. Bado tunawapenda, kuna siku watu wa hati. Waresh wetu, heroines wetu, Caroline Shiramba na Valentine Jerry. Hatutasarenda bado mapambano daily. Mbiti Scott, Clinton Mavali. Usiku kucha tuko macho hatulale. Kelvin Madanga, Emmanuel Tata, Lemayen Kasaine, Matthew Njoroge, Kelvin Mawasi na Kennedy Njeru. Tawakumbuka diaspora mpaka Ujeru. Eric Kiratu, Ibrahim Wanjiru, Kennedy Maina na Erickson Kialo, Eric Kayoni na David Chege, Beasley Kogi, Mike Hunga. Chenye mlifanya mikono tunawaunga. Fegi tuliwasha hadi filter wanakula. Tiaga swali tupa kama shisha tulivuta. Rex Masai muweke picha kwa manguo. Mfundishe history makampo mpaka na machuo. How kids, women and many haven't mentioned were killed in 2024 fighting for the nation. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze.
Tumetoka kusikia hiyo story ya mlima. Mara mumeshika na murembe mzima. Wasomi viongozi wamegeuka wakabila. Nchi yetu literally wametupa ndani ya pipa. Opposition walidandia vipi? Movement ya vijana wakajigawia viti. Wananchi ndo walishikwa wakalala ndani ya jela. Wengine wakapigwa marisasi wakagenya. Damn, president bila emotions. Na kila Sunday namuona kwa devotions. Na huyo Mungu ndo atakupiga viboko. Wazazi wetu wakikulia mikopo. Wajui state of our roads wanatumia machopa. 1 million wanabaia maboxa. Imagine budget paka ofisi ya Dokas. Ndo mtueleze hiyo ndiyo kuokoka. Amnataka kuza airport kwa Dan bana. Na hiyo deal tunaielewa kwa undani sana. Na hiyo kitu umepea joo, hiyo ni hatari sana. Na umekimya tukiwao, hapana bana. Wengi ni taxi mewakost makaria. Wanabiashara wakenda loss wakalia. Nyi mnadhani tunafaa kuimport kadamia. Ndani ya cage kimawazo kama tuale na ngamia.
Ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze.
Kwani we ni leader wa nani? Nyumbani kwako we hautujali. Badala ya ajira nyumbani, mayouth wanatumwa kwa nchi za mbali. Tunahitaji manpower home, tubadilishe kila mitaa hapa home. Hata mimi nadai better education, proper medication, walimu na pension, mavipi jeshi. Hii times unajua, ikituuma ni lazima tuiseme. Na hakuna kubonga mo, wananchi wamekaa mkuu wa juja. Genz, into times unajua, ikituuma ni lazima tuiseme. Na hakuna kubonga mo, wananchi wamekaa mkuu wa juja.
Britain siko so open, crocodile tears inahitaji intervention ya kitunguu. Vitu kikwa life shapoteza meaning, pombe inatumika kutoa lock. Jumulishapoteza kifunguu, I'm offended. Youth uko depressed, tuna kazi na serikali inapea kazi wenye wanafaa wawe retirement. So mbona una tense na hata mood ya worry? Hakuna hata pesa ya kulipwa peanuts. Kwizi kila mtu anauza njugu. Si wenzetu, wakati wa kura ndio nakumbuka kutuita mandugu. Serikali ingekuwa inajali what we say. Parliament ingekuwa na headphones na sio speaker. Mchana unalala bunge na usiku wanataka night allowance. Hatred ni more, love ni rare. Wakristo ndio wako na chuki sana. Ironically, some of their favorite verses iko in the book of Romans. Truth iko na arrogance. RIP our fallen comrades. Huku Kenya of life's importance. Let's teach our girls. Squeeze wengine wanatumia miadarati ndio wawe women of substance. I'm offended. We have a long way to go as a country na sio distance. Wafungwa bado wanaibia watu wakiwa kwa jela, propaganda ndio ina sell. Hapo State House wasikudanganye na deeds, hawataki kwenda heaven, wanaogopa kwenda hell. Wasikudanganye na words, body language can tell. Misplaced priorities. Hakuna maji kwa mifereji na maasa ya kura, wako busy kutap talent. Waliahidi stadium lakini kwa grounds vitu ni different. Nakuru, Kihika, Naiba na Samburu. Avieta governor ako loyal to Adani. Money trees wako majani. Promises ni mingi lakini manifesto zao ni kama katiba. Zote zinasema vitu zenye hakuna. I'm offended.
Zakayo ateme jaba bana, tumechoka manzi. Zakayo washuke.
I think yeah, the last part ndio mimi unibamba kwa hiyo song yano nini na Small Littles. Ile ya Zakayo ateme jaba. Hiyo ndio part ya hii song yenye mimi unibamba kabisa because jamaa uko na stories zingine za jaba honestly. Stories zingine yani jamaa unajua tu yanadanganya. Sijui kama wewe ushaikuwa in a relationship yenye unaongea na mtu lakini unajua tu yanakudanganya honestly. Una feel sijui mtu sasa nimfanyie nini like mimi your part that last part mimi ngoja ishe mimi ngoja ishe ateme jaba. Anyway, thank you so much Nonini and the team because I think you did a lot. You really did a lot bana, kukaa chini kufikiria na kuandika hata majina za watu. Mimi watu wengine siwajui honestly. Mimi nikianza kusema nani alikufa nasema tu Rex, najua Denzel mwenye alipatikana kwa maji. Yeah, of course ni wengi but kujua watu wote kukaa chini hiyo ni research jamaa walifanya. It's a very nice job. Nyi place mko tumjue bana, si tunaombea muendelee kufanya kazi safi. Hiyo kazi si tutaisupport. Hata tukiwa watu 10 pekee yetu ndio tunaisupport. Jua tu si ndio dance yako. So we are here to support you guys. So guys, acha tucheze the national anthem alafu tufunge hii chapter bana. Yeah? Okay. Sawa. So guys, have a good night wenye mko Kenya, wale mko US, especially wale wako hii place najua iko karibu na Mexico.